The old house has been abandoned for going on 2 decades, and as with any place that's been left uninhabited for this long, rumors tend to spiral. Of course, there are the more mundane explanations for why the 2-story, 4-bedroom home on the end of a nice street lays in semi-ruin. Black mold, asbestos, rising house prices. But those weren't the stories that most people told. Everyone in the neighborhood knew what really happened. All those years ago, the family that lived there had been murdered, and their killer was never caught. The 3 young paranormal investigators, with EMF readers in their hands and GoPro cameras mounted on their hard hats, know all about this. They approach the house in the dead of night, mumbling commentary for the recordings. If the old house really is as haunted as everyone says it is, then they could be in for something really good here. Their subscribers always loved brand new paranormal content. They use a crowbar to breach the front door and head inside. It's everything you can expect from a house that had been abandoned for 17 years. Dust, cobwebs, and graffiti abound, broken bottles scattered across the floor. Someone has scrawled, "Welcome to Hell," above the door in faded Sharpie. It all plays perfectly for the cameras. Paranormal content gold. All of them turn on their flashlights, generously provided to them by one of their sponsors, of course. But in this particular situation, they have no idea just how valuable their product really is. After all, there are some frightening things that hide in the dark. The leader of the trio begins ascending the stairs, narrating into his helmet cam, giving the more popular version of the house's legend. The perfect suburban family, torn apart, literally, by a killer hiding in their home. The family had all been brutally murdered by someone in their home, but the police never found any sign of unlawful entrance or exit. There were no clues to the killer's presence whatsoever, in fact. It was as if they were a ghost, a vapor. It was almost as though whoever killed the family had always been in that house, and even after the murders were committed, they never left the place either. As he tells the story, the lead investigator starts to feel a little nervous. Even though he himself doesn't really believe in the supernatural, he just plays up reactions for the views, he still can't help but wonder, should I really be here? Am I making a terrible mistake? Is there a chance that whatever did this all those years ago could still be in the house, waiting for me? But he pushes those thoughts from his mind. This gig is too valuable for him to wimp out now. And really, what are the chances that something actually dangerous would be lurking in the house? The other 2 investigators are still looking around downstairs, sticking together, their flashlight beams slicing through the darkness. Their boss always insists on going upstairs first. He demands the glory shot, after all. That leaves the rest of them searching the downstairs living room, dining room, and kitchen, where the best they can hope for is maybe a particularly haunted-looking dishwasher. It's why the younger of the 2 is so surprised when they suddenly feel something happening to their body that they've never experienced before. In an instant, their whole body convulses with an involuntary shudder. They feel the temperature drop, and the world gets just that little bit darker. The best way they can describe the feeling is impending doom. Like any moment now, something terrible is going to happen. But almost as soon as the feeling begins, it's gone. Intensity dropping, the dread starting to dissipate, as though whoever or whatever caused this feeling literally passed right through them. Their fellow investigator asks them if they're okay. Of course, they nod and force a smile. They're fine. It's just a spooky place, is all. Atmosphere like this would get to anyone. Meanwhile, the lead investigator is exactly where he wants to be, ascending a rickety stepladder up into the attic, the very same attic where, all those years ago, the police had found what was left of the family. And from everything he'd read on the subject, their remains weren't a pretty sight, even by true crime enthusiast standards. He enters the attic and shines his flashlight around, capturing all the dusty old boxes left to rot in the cold. He's engrossed in the macabre spectacle of what had once been the worst and final moments of a group of strangers' very real lives. The attic is full of spider webs and shadows. They're so ubiquitous that as the lead investigator pauses to tell his camera the next chapter of the grisly tale, he doesn't even notice one of the shadows peeling off of the wall behind him. It wafts silently towards him like a gust of midnight air. Little by little, the blob of shadow starts to take on a vaguely human shape. It leans forward in the investigator's direction, arms extended like a classic movie monster. Long, dark claws slide out of its shadowy hands. Downstairs, the other 2 investigators hear the most terrible scream. For a moment, the more fantastical thought crosses their minds. Could this be one of the tormented souls of the departed family, longing to be heard after years of silence? Then it occurs to them that they recognize the scream. It belongs to their boss. The two of them charge up the stairs, flashlights in hand, as the screaming starts to become more desperate and pained, like that of a wounded animal with its leg caught in a trap. Those terrible wails are echoing down from the open hatch leading into the attic. It's so dark up there, something must have broken his flashlight. That's when they notice something else. Red, dripping from the open hatch. For a moment, they hesitate, wondering what could be going on up there. Could they really help, or would they just be running into the danger themselves? But soon, their desire to save their boss's life overpowers their fear. They grab the ladder and start climbing, feeling the dripping blood on the worn wooden rungs. When they finally get up into the attic, it feels like the scream is coming from everywhere, bouncing off the walls in a terrible, echoing cacophony of pain. They turn in all directions, hovering their flashlight beams around the room in wide, sweeping arcs, until both fall on the source of all this terror. And when they see it, they can't help but scream too. The lead investigator's body is floating about a foot off the ground, his screams now fading into pained gurgles. Something huge and dark is lifting him up with one hand and sinking the long, dark claws of its other into his neck. The second the twin flashlight beams concentrate on the creature, it drops the lead investigator's bleeding body down onto the ground. His skin slate gray, his feeble twitching slowing to a halt as the last of his life drains from him. Two glowing red pinpricks open up in the face of the dark figure, eyes like terrible, burning coals etching themselves into their memory. Like smoke, it continues to glide backwards further, seeking refuge in the dark, a safe haven amongst the other shadows. By this point, the two surviving investigators know there's nothing they can do for their boss anymore. All that's left is to get out and survive. They have to save themselves. They turn, wasting no time running towards the exit. They don't notice it, but the second they turn the beams of their flashlights away, the shadow's terrible eyes disappear, and it starts advancing towards them again, its claws outstretched and grasping for them with awful fury. The shadow creature grabs at their heads as they make their final leap for the exit. However, all the monster can pull away are their helmets and helmet cams as they scramble down the ladder and then down the stairs, running at speeds they didn't even think possible as the shadow slithers down behind them. It doesn't give up. It wants their lives. It wants their warm human blood on its claws. They clear the threshold of the accursed house and keep running to their car. One looks over their shoulder and sees the shadow leave the house, gaining on them, both claws outstretched and ready to rend their flesh. The two climb into their car. They see the shadow coming towards their window. It's moving so quickly, only a few feet away now. It's getting closer and closer and closer. Ignition. The car starts up and the driver smashes the pedal down. They take off, quickly accelerating up to illegal speeds as the shadow continues to chase, slowly getting smaller and smaller in the rearview mirror. A distant nightmare. A terrible, dark ghost. As it finally disappears, they feel a moment of safety. But really, only a moment. Because it occurs to them then that they cannot say, with any confidence, that this monster won't just be waiting for them when they get home. SCP-015-IT, also known as Eyes in the Dark, is one of the more frightening and dangerous anomalies contained by the SCP Foundation. Of course, it likely won't be causing an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario anytime soon, but if you happen to run into this nocturnal monster, it's likely to cause an end-of-you scenario and remove you from the world with extreme prejudice. There's no way of telling just how many lives it claimed before the SCP Foundation finally got it into containment, and perhaps it's best to just not think about that. SCP-015 is a black wraith-like apparition that floats at roughly average human height, with no visible legs or feet, as the lower portion of its body simply fades away before it reaches the ground. In its dormant state, the entity may appear to be little more than a shadow, easily dismissed, especially in dark environments. This comes as a natural result of the being's frightening ability to become intangible at will, and only become physical when it enters a state of active aggression toward a human target. In this intangible state, victims have even been known to walk through the shadowy mass by accident. While this doesn't lead to any detrimental physical effects, victims report that being inside the creature can lead to heightened states of anxiety, fear, and dread. Despite its body being wholly composed of an unidentifiable black matter, when exposed to light, the creature does begin to express a pair of glowing dots on its head similar to eyes, hence its frightening nickname. However, all tests indicate that these eyes aren't actually functional. Instead, they appear to be a kind of defensive measure, like false eyes on the carapace of an insect. These eyes are never shown when SCP-015 is advancing towards a victim, only when it is in retreat, though this is only one of the entity's several defensive responses. If an area where the creature is residing becomes fully illuminated, or a sudden flash of extremely bright light is directed against it, then it will immediately dematerialize and appear in a different area. The one positive thing that can be said about the hunting patterns of SCP-015 is that they're relatively predictable. The entity, it seems, only has an interest in human beings. When it selects a target, it will pursue them relentlessly, approaching in its intangible form with its arms extended in what many describe as a sleepwalker pose. In this state, you may finally notice 280's claws, long, thin, and razor-sharp. It may silently approach while the victim is turned the other way, or while they sleep soundly in bed, or even when they're paralyzed in fear at the very sight of it. When SCP-015 closes the distance, it will begin to rip and tear at its victims with its claws, causing massive physical trauma and, in some cases, death. Attacks range from 1 to 5 minutes of being relentlessly clawed at by the beast. When the attack is over, it will simply expose its eyes, become intangible once more, and escape. You will not be able to overpower the creature. Foundation tests have shown that it has extreme physical strength, and it's capable of tearing apart solid steel with little effort. If it can't find any humans to victimize, then it will simply remain dormant, pressing itself up against a wall, in a dark corner, or within some other structure. Which is why, if ever you feel nervous about a certain dark corner in a room near you, it is best to remove yourself from the situation as quickly as possible and remain in a brightly lit area. It would perhaps be comforting to believe that SCP-015 is acting on some twisted form of animal instinct. After all, while the results may seem horrific to us, every organism has to eat, right? Well, sadly, that isn't the case here. SCP-015 does not appear to eat, sleep, or breathe to survive, and it never consumes any of the matter torn from its victims. The best working theory is that the entity simply enjoys the harm it causes, taking a degree of perverse pleasure in hunting down and murdering its targets. There is no better nature to appeal to here. The SCP Foundation's ability to study the creature's biology has also been stunted, in part due to the creature's highly aggressive nature, and also the fact that its selective intangibility makes gaining physical samples almost impossible. Even capturing and containing the creature in the first place came partially out of blind luck. It first came to Foundation attention after a series of mysterious locked-door murders in a small Mississippi township. In the most recent case, an entire family had been brutally murdered in their home, leaving only one survivor. A traumatized 9-year-old boy named David, who'd locked himself in the basement when he started to hear the screaming. He was so terrified by the things he saw that night that he remained in a catatonic state for weeks afterwards, completely unresponsive to outside stimulus. But one little detail saved his life. A flashlight was clasped in his white-knuckle grip, shining a bright beam of cold, white light onwards. When David was removed and placed into medical care, officers began searching the building for any kind of clues as to how the other 4 family members were murdered. However, during this investigation, the police were just as vulnerable as the victims who'd been so recently slain. While one officer was wandering around the attic, looking for any evidence they may have missed, SCP-015 emerged from the darkness and attacked, tearing into his body with its long, deadly claws. Luckily for the officer in question, he survived the incident, though he was badly wounded. His report on the matter, including the ardent claim that he was attacked by a being, quote, made from black smoke, caught the attention of SCP Foundation operatives embedded in the precinct. They soon took over the investigation and descended on the house, hoping to tag and bag whatever had been behind all these deaths. This would be easier said than done. While Foundation field agents canvassed the home, they simply walked past the creature multiple times, discounting it as a mere shadow. After all, it only had these easily identifiable glowing eyes when it was in a retreating position. Even when it entered its physical state, operatives brushing up against it generally dismissed the sensation as hair, clothing, or some other object touching them in the dark. This already bungled investigation got even worse when the Foundation decided to introduce high-intensity lights into the equation, hopefully flushing the creature out. This, of course, only caused it to dematerialize and appear elsewhere. The chase ended in an almost farcical fashion, a cavalcade of Foundation agents chasing a cloud of sneering black smoke across a Mississippi field at 2:30 a.m. Thankfully for the human race, the entity was, at the very least, eventually secured and contained. However, this wouldn't be the last time it was out of containment. During a series of tests with different types of illumination, intending to test SCP-015's reflexes, it disappeared from its chamber. It seemed almost to sink through the different levels of the illuminated site before coming to rest at the containment chamber holding SCP-1591. This made for a fascinating accidental cross-test. You see, SCP-1591, to put it simply, is a unique sculpture of a star that emits an incredibly bright light, and this light will slowly make any being subject to its glow intangible before disappearing completely. When SCP-280 came before SCP-1591, it displayed its eyes but did not retreat. In fact, it assumed a kneeling position and simply remained before the anomalous sculpture until it faded from existence. It then remanifested in its own containment chamber several hours later without incident. All things considered, it went pretty well as far as containment breaches involving deadly, human-hating monsters go. Because of its ability to demanifest and phase through solid objects, SCP-280 is incredibly difficult to contain, earning it the dreaded Keter object class. In order to avoid the risk of demanifestation, SCP-280 is contained in a 5x5 meter cell that is perpetually left in a state of total darkness. No equipment is to be left in the cell unsupervised at any time, and any items brought into the cell for testing must be removed when the testing is complete. Any staff members entering the chamber for tests must be equipped with infrared goggles, an infrared ID strobe, and also a strong flashlight to ward the creature off in the case that it becomes aggressive. If SCP-280 does attempt to attack anyone in the chamber, all attending staff are instructed to turn on their flashlights and turn the beams against the creature. No aggressive action is permitted, and staff members must remain at least 1 meter away from SCP-280 at all times for their own safety. And if you suddenly feel yourself getting a little nervous in an eerily dark room, I'd like you to remember this. The one thing more frightening than seeing eyes in the dark is not seeing them. A group of 3 Class D personnel approach the locked containment chamber. One of them is carrying a bucket and mop, but all 3 of them look jumpy and hesitant to move forward. An SCP Foundation guard walking behind them gives one of them a push forward with the barrel of his gun, and they continue stepping towards the cell door. All 3 of them nervously stare at the heavy, locked metal door. Behind it, the sound of stone scraping against metal can be heard coming from inside. A second guard standing next to the door asks the 3 if they are ready. They don't answer, and the guard starts to laugh. They never are. The guard loudly announces that special containment procedures are beginning now. You know the rules. 2 maintain eye contact at all times while the other cleans. If you have to blink, do it 1 eye at a time, and announce before you close even 1 eye so everyone knows. The guard turns and starts to enter a code into the keypad next to the door. Each of the D classes take a couple hard, last blinks, taking the last opportunity they have to shut both of their eyes at the same time before they begin. With a loud hiss, the sealed chamber door unseals. "All right, eyes up," the guard commands. The door opens to reveal a small, dimly lit chamber. There are no furnishings, and much of the metal floor and walls are covered in a reddish-brown substance. And there in the corner is what they've heard stories and rumors about. The thing that has given them nightmares ever since they learned that they would have to enter its containment chamber, SCP-173. Or, as most of the staff in the SCP Foundation call it, the sculpture. It looks so unassuming in person. Just a crude, concrete figure with a stupid-looking spray-painted face, standing motionless in the corner. The 3 D classes get another push from the guard behind them, and they enter the chamber. The 2 assigned to watch SCP-173 assume their position in the middle of the room, their eyes locked on the sculpture as the other starts cleaning the foul substance off the floor and walls. It smells terrible, like a mix of old blood and human waste. The 2 assigned to watch 173 pay no attention to the one cleaning, though. They follow protocol to a T, maintaining their vigil and announcing each time they are going to blink, even if it is only 1 eye. The third one continues cleaning, trying his best to keep his own eyes locked on the sculpture as he attempts to mop around it without getting too close. D-5933 does his job and doesn't break eye contact with SCP-173. Even though it hasn't moved, he can feel the presence of the sculpture, something within it, just waiting for him to slip up, to let his eyes avert for just 1 split second. They say that's all it takes. You stop looking for even an instant, and it's all over. With all of the fear coursing through his veins, it is hard to maintain focus. All he can think about is how dry his eyes feel, and blinking them 1 at a time never seems to be enough. He wants so badly to shut his eyes, to end their itchy, dry feeling. But he can't. Even with another watcher, it's too risky. There's suddenly a loud crack, but D-5933 doesn't move his eyes away from 173. He can see in his periphery that the other D-Class dropped his broom and instinctively looked down at it. Luckily for him, there were others watching. D-5933 shifts in place, taking a step back and bumps into something. He can't look at what it is, but he reaches behind him and feels that it's the other D-Class watcher. But wait a minute. Why is he facing the other way? "What are you doing? What's going on?" he asks, his eyes never leaving SCP-173. "What are you talking about?" the other D-Class asks back. "You're facing the wrong way." "I'm facing the wrong way? You're facing the wrong way. We're supposed to be watching 173. What are you looking at?" "I am looking at 173. What are you looking at?" D-5933 doesn't know what's going on and starts to panic. The one cleaning is focused on his task, trying as hard as he can to quickly mop up an especially dirty corner of the cell. It's the worst sound D-5933 could have heard. "Achoo!" A sneeze, just inches behind his head, followed by the sound of bones being cracked, a scream that was cut off too short, and then a sick thud as a body dropped to the floor. D-5933 doesn't even have a chance to scream before a pair of concrete hands grab his neck and his own head is twisted around to see another identical-looking sculpture staring back at him. "Ladies and gentlemen of the O5 Council, we have a problem." A senior researcher is giving a presentation to a group who remain largely in the shadows, obscuring both their identities as well as their reactions to his horrendous news. SCP-173, through means which we have not yet been able to determine, has multiplied. There's no reaction from any of the 13 figures seated around the large, curved table. The researcher in charge of SCP-173 waits for a response, anything at all, but after receiving none, he clears his throat and continues. "We gave each of the new instances their own designation, SCP-173-1 and SCP-173-2. Two of the D-Class on observation duty during their regular cleaning of 173's cell were killed. The third was able to keep them both in his line of sight until they could be recontained and moved into separate cells." Again, no reaction from the shadows. But as you know, this wasn't the end of it. At some point, the instances of SCP-173 multiplied again, each splitting to form yet another instance. SCP-173-1 through 4 are all contained separately, but we don't know if or when another split will occur. The senior researcher waits, but no one on the O5 Council speaks or moves until the one seated in the very middle slides a piece of paper across the table in front of him. The senior researcher looks confused. He looks to the mobile task force guard stationed near the door, but he too remains expressionless, eyes locked straight ahead. The researcher, unsure of what else to do, steps away from the lectern and walks towards the table. He picks up the piece of paper and reads it. Object Class, upgrade from Euclid to Keter. Orders, continue observation. The senior researcher nods in agreement, thanks the O5 Council for their time, and leaves the room. Lights flash and siren blare in the halls of Site-19. It's a containment breach. Facility staff, researchers, and site guards all run down the hall, screaming, trying desperately to get away. There's no hope for any of them, though. In a flash, SCP-173 instances appear behind them, snapping their necks and dropping them to the floor before moving on to their next victim. There must be dozens of them. Even as a guard tries to keep their eyes on one instance, preventing it from moving, another appears behind them. The staff of Site-19 flee for their lives, screaming for someone, anyone to help them. The senior researcher presses pause on the video. The terrified face of the senior researcher who gave the last presentation is frozen on the screen. An instance of SCP-173 is directly behind them, its hands wrapped around his neck in the split second before his life was snuffed out. The new researcher giving the presentation looks considerably more frazzled than his predecessor. He explains to the O5 Council that following this horrific containment breach at Site-19, at least 61 instances of SCP-173 are now unaccounted for. It is still unknown how they are replicating, but worryingly, there is evidence that the process may be speeding up. He presses play on a new clip from the security footage, which shows what appears to be multiple instances of 173 working in tandem, some using their bodies to block exits, others creating choke points in the facility corridors. We have theorized that SCP-173, as we are now referring to the collective instances, may possess a form of hive intelligence. It also appears that this intelligence scales with the number of instances that are nearby. This allowed them to implement tactics that thwarted our containment efforts, as they used instances to block our containment teams from being able to pursue others. What you have in front of you is a proposal for revised special containment procedures. What I recommend may sound drastic, but it's what I truly believe is the only way to contain this threat. Each of the O5 council members picks up the folder in front of them, bringing it into the shadows that obscure them. What I propose is that SCP-173 instances no longer be kept in containment cells, but instead placed inside of form-fitting metal containers. We can then use SCP-120 to transport the instances to the Foundation site on the lunar surface. The facility will have to be abandoned, of course. It's too risky to maintain a presence there, but each of the instances will be fitted with a tracking collar to ensure that we will be able to detect if any of them are somehow able to escape. The senior researcher waits. After a time, a paper is once again slid across the table. He approaches and picks it up. He sees that it is the same folder containing the revised Special Containment Procedures proposal. He opens it to find that it has been stamped, approved. Breaking news flashes across the screen. A worried-looking reporter appears as though she didn't have time to do her hair or makeup before rushing on air to deliver this special report. She explains that civilian deaths across North America are now estimated to be more than 500,000 people in the last 48 hours, as these still unidentified creatures continue their deadly rampage across the continents. It is unknown how many of them there may be, but the number of sightings has led some to estimate that there may be hundreds, if not thousands or even tens of thousands of these living, neck-snapping sculptures. The reporter explains that rumors are circulating that the creature can be stopped by maintaining eye contact with it, but that this has yet to be confirmed. There is still no official word from the White House or from any members of Congress, and their current location and status are unknown, following reports that most of Washington, D.C. was overrun by the creatures earlier that day. The reporter suddenly stops speaking, and a terrified look comes over her face. Her eyes locked on something just off-screen. The camera pans over to show an instance of SCP-173 standing over a dead cameraman. There's a scream, and the camera goes back to the reporter, who now lies dead on her desk, her head twisted 180 degrees, before there's another sound of bones breaking and the feed goes dead. A woman in an SCP researcher coat sits at a computer terminal in a secure bunker, a large, jeweled medallion around her neck. Personal log of Dr. Bright. From the little news I've been able to gather, it sounds like SCP-173 has besieged and destroyed 4 Foundation facilities pretty much simultaneously in the last 24 hours. Each instance shows the same strength as the original, and thousands of them working together are capable of ripping open concrete bunkers and compromising foot-thick steel doors. I alone have been killed 37 times in the last week. They can smell me, somehow, regardless of what body I'm in. The majority decision of the remaining O5s is that this is an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario unfolding, and they're gonna deal with the problem, or else the Russians are. They're evacuating this base, which means there won't be a single Foundation scientist anywhere in the New World. They say they're gonna try to evacuate the surviving civilians, but I doubt it. There can't be more than a couple hundred people in all of North America anyway. I managed to make it down to a secure bunker, but who knows how long it will be until they're able to get in. I don't think there's any chance I can get out either. I'm running out of food, and I'm not sure which will get me first. Hunger, the sculptures, or what I know the O5s will inevitably do. Dr. Bright closes the computer terminal and sits back in her chair. She looks up at the ceiling of the bunker where the sound of concrete scratching against metal can be heard through the thick walls. A sullen and tired-looking researcher steps out of a room in the makeshift Foundation site that has been established just outside of Amsterdam in the Netherlands. He's holding a piece of paper and closes the door behind him, which has had O5 Council authorized entry only hastily painted on the outside. A small group of Foundation staff are waiting for him. They've gathered to hear what the overseers have decided to do in the face of this world-ending disaster. The researcher looks around at his colleagues' faces, and as they make eye contact, any hope they had is quickly replaced by the bad news they know is coming. He begins to read. Revised Special Containment Procedures. Containment Zone X1, formerly North and South America, is to be denied access. Following saturation nuclear bombing, the number of SCP-173 instances has been reduced. All available Foundation resources are to be redirected to monitoring the ocean to ensure the integrity of Containment Zone X1. Foundation adjuncts from national navies are to perform around-the-clock patrols and sonar sweeps. Detected instances are to be contained and removed to SCP-120 for transport to the lunar containment site. That's it? One of the staff members asks. That's it, the researcher replies. Several of those present begin to cry. There's nothing more they can do. Their homes, their friends, their families, all of them are gone, killed either by the neck-wrenching sculptures or in the heat of a nuclear blast. Why? Why did they have to do it? One of the other staff, who appears to be a former site guard, asks. That's all we could do, another argues. There's much disagreement in the small crowd. No matter how they feel, though, this was the official order from the 05 Council. Their word is law, especially in a world where all law and order outside of the Foundation has broken down. There really was no other option. All they can do now is hope that the sacrifice of 2 whole continents was enough to keep it contained, that SCP-173 is unable to cross the ocean to Europe, and that they remain safe on this side of the planet. The group grows quiet, mourning the loss of the world they once knew, when the silence is suddenly interrupted by someone running down the hall. It's another researcher, carrying his own piece of paper. He tries to push past the group towards the 05 Council's door, insisting that they let him through, that he has important news that can't wait. "What is it?" demands the group. "We deserve to know." The group wrestles the paper away from the junior researcher, and it is passed through the group to the same man who read the revised special containment procedures. He quickly reads the report. It's just a couple of lines, and his face goes white. "What is it? What does it say?" comes a question from the crowd. A message from the North Atlantic Navy General Command. Verified sighting of SCP-173 in the United Kingdom. Nuclear bombardment authorized and executed. No survivors. SCP-173 has come for them.
The lights go out on Maple Street as a young woman takes stock of her marriage and the man she once thought she knew. She sits at the kitchen counter, absently stirring a cup of tea that went cold hours ago, but she just can't bring herself to stand and heat it back up. She glances at the baby monitor sitting next to her, grabs it, and holds it to her ear. Steady, peaceful breathing. The baby is fine. No one needs a thing from her right now. She stares at the seat across from her, where her husband sits every morning, sharing coffee and breakfast before they start the day. She glances at the clock. 8 p.m. He'll be home soon. She'll have to face him, have to find a way to look him in the eye, force a smile. Pretend she doesn't know that he's getting home 2 hours late, from who knows where. The thought turns her stomach. It wasn't always like this. Their marriage wasn't always a tense charade, their home a haunted house. He was sweet that first year. He'd buy her flowers and take her out to dinner. He'd kiss her in the morning before they'd even brush their teeth. He wouldn't come home smelling like his secretary's perfume. But ever since the baby, something's been different. The light behind his eyes has gone dim. He won't help with late-night feedings, won't change diapers. Most of the time, he acts as if the baby doesn't exist. His own son. He just comes home, stares vacantly at the TV, and expects her to handle everything without so much as a single complaint. She hasn't slept in weeks. She hasn't been down to her art studio in the basement in months. Then, a sound shakes her from her thoughts. She hears the unmistakable rumble of a car pulling into the driveway and fixes a stiff smile on her face. Maybe she'll leave him. Maybe tonight she'll work up the courage to say those words that will change everything. I want a divorce. The baby barely has a father now. What difference would it really make? The woman's husband stumbles through the door, lipstick on his collar and the smell of whiskey on his breath. He greets her with a kiss on the cheek, more out of obligation than anything else, and grabs himself a can of soda from the fridge. She offers him some stew from the stovetop. He brushes her off, saying, "I already ate." She doesn't bother asking when or how, when he supposedly came straight home from work. There's no point. She knows he'll only lie. "Do you want to say goodnight to the baby?" she asks. It's a test, as she watches his face for any flicker of fatherly affection. "Isn't it asleep by now?" It. He calls their son it. "He's sleeping, but you could still go up and see him, if you're quiet." "I had a long day. I'm tired. I'll see you in the morning." She can't help herself. Him. What was that? Him. He's not a thing. He's our child. He sets the can on the coffee table with a heavy clatter. "Do you have to nitpick every word that comes out of my mouth?" She deflates at the outburst. "No." He sighs, shaking his head. "Don't look at me like that. I can't stand when you stare at me like that." She averts her eyes, looking down. "Fine. I'll go up and check on him. You enjoy your relaxation time." That's it. Tonight is the night. She's going to pack a bag tonight. She'll leave and start a new life, just her and her son. He won't even miss them when they're gone. It'll be better for everyone this way. She'll just go upstairs, check the baby, wait for him to fall asleep. Then she'll just cut and run. It's not like he deserves a proper goodbye from her. She can go away, go to her sister's place. As she fantasizes about leaving him, spending peaceful days in a little country house with her son and maybe a dog, she finds that the baby has spit up all over his pajamas. She scoops him up into her arms to make sure everything is okay otherwise, and he's fine, just a mess. As she holds him, he stirs awake and begins to cry. "Oh, sweetheart, I need to change you and give you a bath." "Shh, it's okay, you're all right." "What's wrong?" Her husband's voice comes from the doorway, startling her. "It doesn't concern you." She can't help herself. Her resentment creeps into her voice. "He just needs a bath." "What, you think I can't bathe my own son?" He scoffs. "That's it?" "Well, you haven't done it yet, so." When she turns to look at her husband, there are tears in his eyes. "I'll do it now." Something in his voice is so sincere, she falters in her determination for a moment. Maybe he'll really try. Maybe things will go back to how they used to be. And she really, really needs a rest. So she hands the baby over to him and sits down in the soft chair in the corner of the nursery. Before too long, the exhaustion overcomes her and she nods off. In her sleep, she can't see her husband leaving the bathroom to go downstairs and catch the last 20 minutes of the Dodgers game, leaving the baby alone in the tub. When she stirs awake, the crib is still empty. She can hear the water running, and she knows. She just knows what has happened. What she let happen. No, what he did. A glance into the bathroom confirms her suspicions, and with a primal scream of pain, rage, and heartbreak, she tears down the stairs to confront the murderer himself. She finds him asleep on the couch and takes a moment to catch her breath, to wipe the tears from her eyes. Did he do it by accident or on purpose, to punish her, to free himself from their marriage once and for all, to break her heart beyond repair? It doesn't matter in the end. What's done is done, whether he meant it or not. But what can she do? What could ever make this right? She wants to scream, to set the house on fire, to tear him to shreds. Then she spots it. The baseball bat leaned against the wall by the door in case of an intruder. She picks it up, feeling the weight of the wood in her hands, the heft of it. Swung hard enough, with real intent behind it, it could really do some damage. Slowly, thoughtfully, she walks back toward the couch, raises the bat, and swings. It only takes one good hit to get the job done, but she swings the bat a few more times anyway, as something inside of her bends and bends and breaks. Until the tears stop falling, until her vision comes back, and everything stops looking like a wash of red. He doesn't even scream, never wakes from his stupor to see the look on his wife's face when she gets her revenge. He's just gone. She wipes the red from her eyes and lets the bloodied bat drop to the floor. She started the day as a wife, as a mother, but now she's ending it as a killer. He deserved it, she tells herself. He took her baby from her, so she got him back. But why doesn't she feel any relief? Why does she still feel the gnawing grief in the pit of her stomach, feel the darkness clawing at her heart? First things first, she needs to get him out of the living room, out of sight of prying eyes and nosy neighbors. She could try to bury him, but where? The yard isn't exactly private, and she's not sure how much she could even dig up before sunrise. No, that won't do. Then the idea hits her, and she grabs him by the arms and begins dragging the lifeless body of the man she once loved toward the basement stairs. He's heavy, much heavier than she expected, but she supposed they called it dead weight for a reason. She grunts and struggles as she drags him down the stairs, wincing as his head bumps against the steps, before reminding herself he's not using it anymore. She surprises herself with a laugh, a dry sound echoing in the empty basement. She drags him past the last chair, and he lands on the floor with a thud in the room that she converted into her home art studio when they first bought the house, back when things were still good. Her eyes dart about the room, the half-finished paintings, the wood carvings she abandoned when she got pregnant, the paints and long dried-out lumps of clay, the potter's wheel in the corner. Her eyes settle on a metal frame, large and twisted into a vaguely human shape. She had crafted it years ago, intending to cover it with concrete and paint it, but never got around to it. No, she had been forced to put it away. Her husband hadn't liked it, had thought it was creepy and odd, and didn't want her working with such heavy materials. Just another thing he took from her, another dream he destroyed. It's just about his size, now that she takes a look at it with him lying limply on the ground so close by. With a little bit of muscle, some determination, he would fit right inside. And there are the tubs of cement, still sealed tight and ready to mix, just as she left them. She could shove him into the frame, paint him with layer on layer of cement, and it would be like he had disappeared in the night. A fitting coffin for the man, she thought. The perfect place to hide him, too. No one would ever know. No bones to dig up in the garden out back, no smell of rot seeping out from beneath the floorboard. She smiled to herself, just a little bit. In death, her husband would help her finish her greatest work. She didn't consider herself a wife or a mother, not anymore, but she was still an artist, and he would be her art. As she mixes the cement, she hums a little song to herself, beginning to feel something like peace. Everything is ruined, her life as she knew it completely turned upside down, but she is here in the art studio, creating again. Not a waste of time now, is it? She remarks to her husband's body. He doesn't answer. Typical. Why get an art degree, you said? Well, it prepared me for this, didn't it? Wonder what I'll do with you when you're done. Maybe I'll keep you down here. That seems like a waste. Maybe I'll get you displayed in a gallery. Let people buy tickets to take a look at you. You'll be my masterpiece. You'd hate that, wouldn't you? Me thriving, creating, all without you there to make snide comments and treat me like dirt. As she waits for the concrete to become usable, she turns her attention back to the metal frame. Time to put her ex-husband in his place. She lifts him and begins to wedge his body into the metal structure. He's heavy, getting heavier all the time, and left a trail of blood behind on the floor that she would have to clean up and bleach later. But after several sweaty minutes, he is in place. He looks correct to her, sitting there in the frame, ready to become something new, something different, something better than he ever was in life. The concrete is ready, and she begins to smooth it over the body and metal frame, flesh and blood, and sweat and grit, layer upon layer upon layer. Mix, smooth, wait, mix, smooth, wait. All the while she talks to him, weeps bitter tears into the concrete. At one point, she pricks her finger, her blood dripping into the mixture and becoming part of the sculpture. For days she carries on this way, not breaking to eat, bathe, or sleep. After 3 days pass, she runs out of concrete, but the sculpture is not finished. She'll need to go out and get more. She takes a shower, washing away the dust, the blood, and the guilt, changes into fresh, clean clothes, and takes a drive into town. She picks up more concrete first, telling the clerk some story about home improvements she's working on. He asks if she's married, if her husband will be helping with the work. I'm recently separated, she replies. On the way home, a small store catches her eye. It's a place she's driven by plenty of times, a little occult shop filled with herbs and tapered candles and strange leather-bound books. She isn't sure if she believes in this sort of thing, not really, but something makes her park and walk inside anyway. A gnarled old woman behind the counter spots her, and without speaking, points her toward a room in the back. It's different there, darker, filled with vials of thick, dark liquid, shelves full of skulls that might be human, though she isn't sure. In the back of the room, there is a bottle of paint, deep red and vibrant. What it's doing here, she couldn't be certain. But as soon as she sets eyes on it, she knows she needs to have it, needs to add it to her sculpture to make it truly complete. She brings it to the woman at the counter, but she just says, "Take it, no charge. I can tell you really need it. Just be careful what you use it for. It's powerful stuff." She wants to ask what that means, what's so powerful about this little bottle of strange red paint, but she doesn't. She's much too exhausted and much too determined to get back home and put the finishing touches on her masterpiece. She drives straight home and hauls the concrete and paint inside, carrying it down into the basement. She's dizzy from hunger and lack of sleep, but she doesn't care. She has one singular vision right now, and she must see it carried out. She mixes more concrete and slathers the whole shape again, sculpting out the round, bulbous head, the arms at its sides, the legs and feet, the curve of the whole figure covered in thick gray sludge. In potential, a blank canvas. Before it dries, she opens the paint. It smells musty, rich, and somehow ancient. It clings to the bristles of her brush like a living thing and takes to the surface of the sculpture eagerly, spreading out as if of its own volition as she brushes it on evenly. She paints the whole thing, every inch of it. At first, it doesn't seem as if there will be enough paint to finish the job, but somehow that little bottle coats the whole figure in deep, dark red. She looks down at her hands, stained just as brightly as they were when she swung that baseball bat. She looks back up at her creation, the amalgamation of the fear, the pain, the heartbreak, the pure, primal rage, and begins to cry. The tears fall freely into her palms, and, without thinking, she smears them into the concrete and paint until they disappear into the art. Then she takes a step back, watching it all dry. All of that work, all of that time, that great yawning chasm of loss. And this is what she has made of it. She loves it, and she hates it all at once. And she can't stop staring at the place where its eyes would be if it had them. She half expects to see something looking back. She shakes her head, looking down at the floor for a moment. Then she hears the sound of stone and metal grinding together. Her gaze snaps back up, and she sees that the sculpture has moved, just a little, its head turned in her direction. In an instant, her husband's words come back to her. "Don't look at me like that. I can't stand when you stare at me like that." It couldn't be. She stares at it for a long time, her eyes watering from the effort. She blinks. Her eyes open, and the sculpture is gone. There it is again, the grind of metal and stone against each other. Then, with the sound of bones snapping, everything went dark. Her hate, her vengeance, her desperate act of violence and creation, with a splash of the most unusual paint, led to the creation of a deadly masterpiece that would one day be known as SCP-173. The alarm screamed, lights flashed, panic at the apartment complex like a storm. People rushed out in a blur, doors slammed, footsteps thundered. A family of 3 pushed forward, struggling against the frantic crowd. The mother kept a tight grip on her son's hand. The father led the way, shoulders hunched, clutching a duffel bag packed with their most precious belongings. "Stay close," the mother shouted over the noise, her voice sharp with fear. Her grip on her child's hand was ironclad as she scanned the corridor for a path through the panicked crowd. In the chaos, amidst a sea of fleeing residents, one figure stood still. His attire, a red-striped shirt and a whimsical beanie, made him stick out like a sore thumb. His calm was unsettling, his eyes hidden behind round glasses, scanning the crowd with an eerie detachment. No one looked at him in their panic. No one except... The little boy tugged at her mother's hand, pointing. "Mom, why isn't he scared?" Before the mother could muster a response, the alarm choked off as abruptly as it had started, and a voice washed over the PA system, its tone unnervingly calm.
"False alarm. Please return to your apartments."
Relief washed over the crowd in a visible wave. "Let's head back," the father said, his voice still carrying an edge of unease. As the river of people reversed its flow, the family of 3 turned back towards their apartment. The little boy glanced over his shoulder, searching for the oddly dressed man, but the man in the stripes was gone. Unbeknownst to the boy, a strange wave began to ripple quietly across the wall behind him. Silent and stealthy, this undulating shadow trailed the unsuspecting family down the dimly lit hallway, following them all the way to their doorstep. Once the family of 3 was back inside their apartment, the door clicked shut with a solid thunk. The little boy immediately went to the window, his little face smushed up against the glass, his eyes scanning the empty street below for any hint of the striped oddity. But the figure he was looking for was not in the empty street down below. "What are you looking at, darling?" His mother's voice pierced the silence, sharp and sudden, snapping him back to the room. Sounds of clanging pots and the rhythmic chopping of vegetables filled the kitchen as his mother busied herself with dinner. The domestic noises clashed eerily with the boy's rising tension. Slowly, the boy turned away from the window, his heart still racing. "In the hallway, I thought I saw..." His voice trailed off, still distracted by the images swirling in his head. "Go wash up for dinner, honey," his mother instructed, brandishing a spoon with a flourish, as if to shoo away his lingering fears. Obediently, the boy slugged off to the bathroom, the image of the peculiar striped man still spinning in his mind. "Make sure to wash those hands like a good boy would," his mother demanded from the kitchen. The little boy sighed deeply. "Yes, Mama," he replied, his shoulders slumping with defeat. Even if he told her, or even his dad, what he had seen in the hallway, it wouldn't matter. They wouldn't believe him. Not in a million years. The little boy proceeded to roll up his sleeves and twisted open the faucet. Water crashed into the basin, a mini cascade echoing in the tiled room. As he lathered his hands, meticulously scrubbing between each finger like a good boy should, something eerie began to unfold just behind him. The bathroom wall, usually so plain and inert, started to warble. It pulsed subtly,
the paint and plaster undulating like the surface of a disturbed pond. But the boy, absorbed in the serious task of washing the germs from his hands, remained oblivious to the wall's strange ballet. Turning off the tap, he reached for the towel. The wall behind him was now more liquid than solid. It was then that a soft, chilling whoosh filled the air, a sound far too sinister to be wind. From the rippling wall, the striped man emerged, materializing silently. He stood there, a ghastly figure with empty eye sockets that stared unblinkingly at the small boy's back. As the boy dried his hands, his gaze remained fixed on the mundane task, unaware of the menacing entity just inches away from him. Just as the striped man took a step towards the boy, with a final swipe of the towel, the boy flicked off the bathroom light, plunging the room into darkness. The mirror's reflection blinked out, the striped man's ghostly image swallowed by the sudden night. Oblivious to the close brush with danger, the boy skipped back to the kitchen, to warmth and laughter and light. He sat himself down at the kitchen table, pulled out his notebook, and began to draw. His crayon skated across the paper, tracing the outlines of the striped man he had seen. His parents, meanwhile, continued their culinary dance in the kitchen, chopping and stirring and seasoning, creating a symphony of scents that filled the air. They were too wrapped up in the task at hand to notice the subtle shift in the atmosphere, the way the air seemed to hold its breath, waiting. As the boy added the final touches to his crayon creation, unbeknownst to anyone in the room, that same strange warbling wave crawled along the floorboards like a serpent, circling around the family. The boy's parents laughed over a shared joke, the sound a bright contrast against the creeping dread just a few feet away from them. Then, a sudden chill swept through the room. The rhythm of chopping vegetables was almost soothing, the knife in the father's hands making a consistent thud as it met the cutting board. Beside them, the wall began to move like a wet wave of water was trapped beneath its surface. A few steps away, the little boy glanced up from his drawing. His eyes widened with fear, and he clutched his crayon so hard it snapped. Paralyzed with fright, he watched as the wallpaper's pattern began to swirl hypnotically, distorting into a liquid-like flow. The boy's heart raced. Terror clutched his throat so tightly that he could barely breathe. The boy's father, still unaware of the nightmare unfolding beside him, continued chopping the vegetables. It wasn't until the boy's face drained of color, his small body stiffening in terror, that the father realized something was wrong. "Hey, you okay, bud?" he asked his son. As the striped man fully materialized beside his father, the boy's wide eyes filled with an unspeakable horror. The figure turned, its head tilting curiously, as if amused by the boy's fright. The little boy could only lift his little hand and point behind the father. Still blissfully unaware, the father casually turned around to see what his son was so terrified of. And there, standing impossibly close, was the man in the striped shirt and beanie. The father's mouth dropped open to shout, to warn, to protect, but no sound emerged. In a flash, the striped man reached out, his hands finding the father's jaw, stretching it open with a supernatural ease that defied human anatomy. The silent scream finally broke free from the boy. His piercing shriek filled the kitchen as he watched this nightmare invade his reality. The striped man turned his head slowly toward the sound, his empty eye socket seeming to stare straight into the boy's soul. The mother whirled around, her son's scream still ringing in her ears. The wooden spoon was clutched in her trembling hand, a useless weapon against what she saw. She screamed. Her husband's body was contorting violently, his limbs jerking, twisting in ways they shouldn't. And then, the striped man climbed inside him. A sickening crunch echoed through the kitchen, the sound of bones breaking, a shell cracking open. Then came the yellow liquid, thick, oozing, seeping from his mouth, dripping onto the cold kitchen floor. Panicked, she grabbed her phone to call for help, but the striped man was quicker. He slid out from the father's collapsed form, his body malleable and shifting unnaturally as he moved towards her. They tried to run. The boy bolted for his bedroom, his heart hammering, praying he could reach safety, close the door, disappear. But his mother wasn't as lucky. The striped man caught her in the hallway, his hand stretched forward, grasping, unrelenting. Her last scream echoed down the hallway as the man repeated his horrifying entrance, her body contorting unnaturally as she transformed into another ghastly puppet. In his bedroom, the little boy heard the muffled sounds of struggle and his mother's final scream. Tears streaming down his face, he crawled under his bed, his small body trembling. With the crayon he found beside his stuffed animals, he reached out and scribbled on the wall. His childish handwriting was shaky with fear. Waldo found Mommy. The boy remained hidden, too scared to move, waiting for a rescue that seemed increasingly unlikely to arrive. The boy held his breath, hoping, praying to be overlooked. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a soft, eerie, popping sound, like the air being squeezed out of the room. The boy peeked out slightly and saw the striped man materialize out of the wall right in front of his bed. Frozen with terror, the boy couldn't scream. He couldn't even move. He could only stare as the striped man stooped down, his face coming into view. Where his eyes should have been, there was nothing but smooth, pale skin, stretched taut over the hollows that should have held them. His skin was almost translucent, giving him a ghostly appearance that made the boy's heart race even faster. The striped man tilted his head, as if curious, peering at the boy under the bed. The lack of eyes made his gaze all the more unnerving, as if he were seeing in a way humans could not comprehend. His breath was a cold draft, smelling faintly of the same sickly sweet decay that emanated from the yellow liquid. The little boy pressed further back under his bed, his small body shaking uncontrollably. He knew he couldn't run, couldn't hide any longer. As the striped man reached under the bed with his arm, the boy squeezed his eyes shut. His tiny fists clutched the crayon he held, as if it could somehow protect him. That evening, a neighbor stepped out into the hallway to do some laundry. The smell hit him first, a sharp, metallic tang that made his stomach churn. Then he saw it, the mother's body, grotesquely contorted and covered in bizarre, cartoonish illustrations, lying just a few doors down. Her face, frozen in an expression of terror, was almost unrecognizable. Shocked and horrified, he stumbled backwards, fumbling for his phone to call the police. His hands shook as he explained the situation, his voice barely a whisper as he urged them to hurry. The police arrived quickly, their presence marked by the flashing lights and the low murmur of radios. They cordoned off the area, their faces set in grim lines as they took in the scene. The detailed report they filed later that night pinged the attention of the SCP Foundation, known for monitoring such anomalies. Under the guise of government health inspectors, a team of SCP agents was dispatched to the apartment. Clad in nondescript suits with badges that offered little explanation, they entered the apartment with a single goal: to investigate and contain any potential anomalous threats. The team leader signaled for silence as they stepped through the doorway, their senses on high alert. The apartment was eerily quiet, the only sound the distant hum of traffic and their own measured breaths.
"Scan everything,"
the team leader whispered, nodding to the agent with the biosensor equipment. The agent nodded, moving ahead to sweep the living area, where faint traces of the yellow liquid still glistened on the walls. As they moved deeper into the apartment, another agent, the team's photographer, took careful shots of the scene. As the tech specialist scanned the area with a device designed to detect anomalous energy signatures, their eyes widened.
"It's off the charts here,"
he muttered, his eyes fixed on the readings. Whatever happened, it was highly potent. Suddenly, a soft, eerie popping sound echoed through the apartment, like the quiet burst of a bubble.
"Do you hear that?"
one of the agents asked, tilting her head. There was a faint sound, almost like breathing, but when she listened again, it was gone.
"Stay focused,"
the team leader barked, giving her a sharp look. They continued, moving toward the bedrooms. That's when the team leader felt it, a sudden chill. She turned just in time to see a figure materialize from the wall behind them. It was the man in the striped shirt and beanie, his face eerily smooth and eyeless.
"Contact!"
she shouted, her hand darting towards her weapon. But before she could draw, the man in the striped shirt was upon her. With supernatural speed, his hands reached for her face, prying her jaw open with eerie precision. He twisted his body, contorting it as he prepared to crawl inside her. Her body spasmed violently as he slid into her mouth, the sound of her bones crunching under the strain of his invasion echoing through the apartment. Her eyes, wide with terror, reflected a final glimpse of horror before her face was obscured by his entering form. The remaining agents scrambled, their shouts and commands creating a cacophony of desperation. They fired their weapons as the man emerged from the fallen agent, his form shimmering like a heat haze, bullets passing through him as if he were nothing more than a wisp of smoke. "Fall back!" another agent yelled, but it was too late. The man appeared suddenly from the shadows, his arms unnaturally extended to snatch and pull the agent towards him. The agent's screams were cut short as the man forced his way into his abdomen, contorting the agent's body in sickening angles as he maneuvered through him. Another agent tried to run, her footsteps thundering down the hallway, but the striped man intercepted her with horrifying fluidity, his body stretching and twisting to block her path. With a swift motion, he unhinged her jaw with his hands. Her mouth was now permanently agape in a silent scream as the striped man climbed inside. Moments later, she dropped to the floor, another grotesque puppet adorned with those macabre illustrations. The last standing agent watched in horror, unable to move. As the man in the striped shirt turned his featureless gaze upon him, the agent knew escape was impossible. In a desperate last act, the agent managed to pull out his radio, his voice trembling as he transmitted a mayday call to the command center.
"My unit's been compromised. They're all gone. The subject, he can pace through walls, take over bodies. We need assistance ASAP. Help, he..."
His transmission was abruptly cut off as the man in the striped shirt enveloped him, his body contorting as he entered through his mouth and exited through his pelvis, leaving behind yet another corpse marked with twisted, cartoonish figures. In the silence that followed, the apartment was a tableau of horror, each agent transformed into a grotesque testament to the man's deadly capabilities. The man in the striped shirt simply phased back into the wall, disappearing as swiftly as he had appeared. In the dimly lit room of the O5 Council's Emergency Command Center, the air was heavy with a somber tension. The council members sat around the austere table, their faces gaunt, each line etched by the night's grim revelations.
"We're playing chess with a ghost,"
murmured the head of the council, breaking the oppressive silence.
"The time for underestimating our striped friend has long passed,"
declared another council member. He cleared his throat and continued.
"Henceforth, he shall be designated SCP-015. Let this name be a reminder of our failure and our resolve."
Nods of agreement circled the table as the gravity of naming the striped man, SCP-4885, settled among them. It was a formal acknowledgement of the anomalous threat, a commitment to containing it at all costs.
"We need a containment strategy that mirrors the unpredictability of SCP-4885 itself, one that's as slippery and elusive as the entity,"
another member chimed in, sparking a torrent of tactical brainstorming. The result? Procedure Inveniant Eum, a masterclass in adaptive strategy, as intricate as it was desperate.
"This plan will harness chaos itself,"
the chief strategist outlined, pointing to the dizzying array of flowcharts that now filled the screens.
36 Class 17 containment chambers, each a piece in a larger, mobile maze, connected not by fate, but by a cryptographically secure random dance of numbers.
The strategy was laid bare. A D-class subject, chosen for his mental resilience, would become the unwitting lure, ferried unpredictably among these chambers by an autonomous vehicle. Each chamber was rigged with a single digital monitor, its screen destined to flicker with the live coordinates of SCP-4885, information visible only to those with the highest clearance.
"Keep it disoriented. Keep it chasing shadows,"
the lead strategist added, her voice laced with a mix of determination and the macabre humor that had become their coping mechanism. Her eyes flicked across the room, daring anyone to counter her plan. Dispatched to the scene were agents trained for just this sort of pandemonium, a special task force with nerves of steel and not a jot of patience for supernatural antics. At the secured facility, they prepped the containment chambers, each agent moving with the precision of a well-oiled cog in a larger, desperate machine.
"Check every seal, every circuit,"
barked the team leader as they inspected the self-driving vehicle and its network of chambers. The D-class subject was equipped with a tracking device and briefed under heavy surveillance. The randomness of his movement through the chambers was crucial to luring SCP-4885 without falling into a predictable pattern.
Then, the D-Class subject was placed into the vehicle. The self-driving vehicle hummed to life, its path dictated by the unseen hand of the random number generator. The chambers lit up, one by one. This was a high-stakes game of musical chairs that none wanted to lose.
Monitors live? Let's hope our ghost likes the show.
Quipped another agent as the first location data blinked onto the screen, a digital beacon in the dark. SCP-4885's location was only visible to Level 5 personnel and those directly involved in the containment effort. Hours ticked by, each passing moment stretching the tension thinner. The agents watched, their eyes flickering between screens as the D-Class subject was shuttled from chamber to chamber, a pawn in their elaborate trap. Then, a flicker on a monitor, a shadow within a shadow. SCP-4885 had taken the bait. The containment chambers, scattered like pieces on a chessboard, were now conduits in a circuit of confusion, each transport adding another layer of disorientation to the entity's plight.
Looks like our ghost is getting dizzy,
muttered an agent, a smirk playing on his lips as he observed the entity's faltering movements. The final chamber locked into place, a digital fortress now holding what they hoped was an imprisoned specter. Back at the command center, the Council watched the culmination of their plan. Screens displayed the containment chamber holding steady, the location data, a constant beacon.
Is it contained?
Whispered a Council member, almost afraid to break the spell. Theoretically, replied the head of the Council, his voice dry. SCP-4885, the Foundation's own elusive version of Where's Wally, or Where's Waldo in the States. That is, if Wally had a penchant for phasing through walls and killing anyone unfortunate to spot him. Jokes aside, SCP-4885 does bear a striking resemblance to the character Where's Wally from popular children's puzzle books, characterized by its iconic red and white striped shirt and beanie. However, unlike its benign counterpart, SCP-4885 is distinguished by its paler skin and the absence of eyes, contributing to its unsettling appearance. Classified as a Keter-level anomaly, SCP-4885 poses significant containment challenges. To safeguard the specifics of its initial discovery, all related information was expunged using an automated system to prevent any unauthorized knowledge of its origins. In terms of containment measures, SCP-4885 is secured within Class 17 containment chambers. These chambers are strictly regulated, with stringent access controls. No personnel are permitted within 100 meters unless absolutely necessary, under threat of immediate amnestic treatment and termination of employment as mandated by the Ethics Committee. The management of SCP-4885 extends to its derivatives, known as SCP-4885-1 instances. These are monitored through an advanced AI system named FAR2.AIC, which has substantial access to CCTV systems, 80% coverage within the United States, and 40% globally. Should an SCP-4885-1 instance be detected, specialized Foundation drones are deployed to discreetly relocate these entities to a secure location known only as Location I, the coordinates of which are known solely to FAR2.AIC. In the scenario where Location I is compromised or its secrecy breached, emergency protocols outlined in document Paint the Town Yellow are activated. This involves the establishment of a new Location I and the unfortunate but necessary notification of death to the immediate family of the personnel involved to maintain operational secrecy. SCP-4885 exhibits dangerous capabilities, including the ability to teleport to any individual aware of its or its derivatives' locations. It can phase through solid objects and is known to attack individuals by entering through the mouth and causing fatal internal damage. This ability makes SCP-4885 not only a physical threat, but also a severe risk for information security within the Foundation. Thus, the containment of SCP-4885 requires a multifaceted approach, combining high-level security protocols, advanced technology, and strict information control to mitigate the risks associated with this unpredictable and dangerous entity. All in all, SCP-4885 and its kin demand the kind of security that makes Area 51 look like a walk in the park. So the next time you think you see Wally, maybe just pretend you didn't. After all, ignorance is bliss. Or in this case, it's just safer.
It's an average day at Site 43 of the SCP Foundation, and a new researcher has arrived for her first day at the site. She fills out an intimidating stack of onboarding paperwork, takes a picture for her new ID badge, and meets her direct supervisor. "There's something you should probably know about working at this site," he begins, but an alarm sounds down the hall, and he has to rush away to attend to it. "We'll finish this later, don't move," he calls to her before he disappears from sight. Then she's left alone, twiddling her thumbs, shifting from foot to foot, and looking at her new workplace. It looks like any other Foundation site for the most part. One unusual thing does catch her eye, though. There are mirrors everywhere, all along the walls of the hallway, seemingly all the way down until the hallway bends out of sight. What could those possibly be for? As she runs through the possibilities in her head, she hears the squeaking wheels of a mop cart coming toward her. A janitor is making his way across the floor, mopping at the tiles as he goes. He has a pair of headphones covering his ears, and she thinks about interrupting him to ask about the mirrors, but doesn't want to disturb him. Then, she spots something just behind the janitor, reflected in the mirror, that makes her scream and drop her clipboard. There's a face, ashen and ghastly, like some horrible phantom out of a scary story. She spins around, expecting to see the horrible face lurking behind her, but there's nothing there. Whatever the thing is, it's just in the mirror. When her supervisor returns, he finds her pale and sweating, her hands shaking. She stumbles over her words, trying to tell him what she just saw. He laughs at her wide-eyed expression and says, "Oh, don't worry, that's just Philip and his constant companion." Then, he tells her all about SCP-5056. SCP-5056 is a hairless humanoid entity with gray matte skin and 3 slash-like scars on its face, resembling the placement of eyes and a mouth. It does not have a physical, corporeal form, at least on the visual spectrum, and can only be seen in reflective surfaces. It appears to prefer manifesting in glass, especially mirrors and lenses. Any equipment or media that captures the entity's image will begin to degrade on an atomic level. Though anyone can see SCP-5056 when it appears in a reflective surface, only one person is able to hear it speak: Philip E. Deering, also referred to as SCP-5056-B. Philip Deering is a white man with brown eyes and brown hair, standing at 172 centimeters tall. He joined the staff of SCP Foundation Site-43 as a custodian in July of 1999, and for his first 3 years of service, there was nothing notable about him. He was a pleasant man, though occasionally prone to bouts of depression, and was a reliable employee. In September of 2002, however, his behavior changed following a disastrous incident involving anomalous materials in Achromatic Abatement Facility AAF-D. After this incident occurred, Philip began exhibiting signs of auditory hallucinations, reacting to sounds that no one else could hear. At first, this was thought to be the result of a mental health episode brought on by stress and trauma, but the discovery of SCP-5056 soon proved that the voice he was hearing was not, in fact, in his head. Since the first day it appeared to him, SCP-5056 has followed Philip everywhere he goes. It has not expressed interest in any other people or entities, except for situations where it felt that Philip was being threatened. It is aware of other entities, it simply does not care about them. As for its behavior toward Philip, SCP-5056 has historically behaved in a way opposite to Philip's emotional needs. When Philip is trying to sleep, it opens its mouth scar and screams. It picks verbal fights with him when he is overwhelmed or sad, including reminding him of estranged family members, awkward social interactions, and personal failings. He has gotten used to his companion over the years, even giving notes on its less than effective insults and encouraging creativity. He has even given the entity a nickname: Doug. SCP-5056 becomes enraged when separated from Philip, and if there is no available reflective surface upon which it can manifest and speak to him, it will begin to act out. After 9 seconds have passed without SCP-5056 having access to Philip, it will begin to vibrate at an intense speed and emit an endless 119 decibel sound that reverberates through the entirety of Site-43. As soon as Philip is returned to 5056's line of sight, both the sound and the vibrating will immediately stop. Staff in the area have been made aware of the entity's presence and its aggressive tendencies. Following an incident involving Dr. Bradbury, who experienced immense psychological distress after SCP-5056 appeared in one of the lenses of her eyeglasses that led to her eventual resignation, no one wearing glasses or any other reflective eyewear is permitted to interact with Philip or SCP-5056. Because SCP-5056 has no physical body, it cannot be truly contained in a traditional sense. However, its location seems to be bound to Philip's, and therefore limiting Philip's movements to Site-43 has provided the Foundation with a workable solution. Aside from the issue with Dr. Bradbury, there has only been one other notable incident involving SCP-5056 so far. On January 23, 2003, Dr. Falkirk decided to perform an experiment that would prove Philip was not necessary for the containment of SCP-5056. Philip was sent to an observation room and instructed to turn on recording equipment. In the room, there was a steel table, a steel chair, and a hand mirror. After Philip sat down in the room, SCP-5056 warned him to get out. He ignored it and proceeded to talk with Dr. Falkirk. Falkirk gave an order to initiate Phase 2 of the experiment, and Philip began to have trouble breathing. After several seconds, he lost consciousness. Dr. Falkirk turned his and his assistant's attention to the mirror, where SCP-5056 was still present. It became enraged, yelling for Philip, and attacked Dr. Falkirk. Though the specific details of the attack are lost from official records, he was subsequently given medical treatment for blood loss, facial injuries, and the loss of his left eye. He has been under intensive psychological care ever since. Though no one but Philip is able to hear a word SCP-5056 says, any recording device that he activates will pick up the entity's voice. In order to give the research team a better sense of SCP-5056's behavior, Philip's uniform contains a microphone that is always on and always recording his conversations. It has, over the years, picked up everything that passes between Philip and the world around him, from his conversations with coworkers to the tiny torments and verbal barbs from SCP-5056. In 2020, however, the microphone recorded a series of events that would change Philip and his relationship to the anomaly in the mirror forever. Philip was struggling with a sense of crushing isolation, with the majority of his social interaction coming from Dr. Ngo and SCP-5056. The only bright spot in his days was the presence of Chief Amelia Tarosian of the Janitorial and Maintenance Section, who would often visit Philip to chat while he was mopping. They spoke regularly for months, joking with each other about work, Amelia asking questions about Philip's life with 5056, all while the entity needled Philip about his apparent crush on Amelia. On September 9, 2020, however, Amelia confessed something. She returned his feelings. The audio transcription from this day captured this revelation.
I never really thought. I didn't think you, Philip began.
Really? Really? Amelia retorted.
Yeah, really.
Well, I mean, I didn't think you either, she admitted. Philip laughed at this.
Are you kidding? You've got to be kidding. I mean, you're...
A moment of silence passed between the two, the air crackling with nervous excitement.
How long, he began. She interrupted.
Since I met you.
He laughed again, a giddy sound. You had that on speed dial.
Well, how long? She started. This time, he interrupted.
Since I met you.
They both laughed for a long time before falling silent once again.
What are you thinking about? Amelia asked. Can't you tell? She shook her head.
No. Confusing me with your anxiety surrogate?
He hasn't said a word tonight.
Philip smiled softly at this.
I must not have any anxieties right now.
The two quickly developed a romantic relationship, Philip brushing off the doubts that SCP-5056 tried to plant in his mind. On June 11, 2021, Dr. Ngo conducted Philip's annual psychological review, and they discussed the notable changes in his demeanor and worldview. The audio from the session has been transcribed.
Thanks for letting me do this a day early, Philip began.
Well, hey, I have a social engagement tomorrow, Dr. Ngo replied. Philip laughed heartily at that. You know, that might be the first time I've heard you laugh. Let's talk about that. SCP-5056 started to speak.
Yes, let's talk about...
But Philip cut it off.
About how humorless and morose I am?
The entity was stunned into silence. Dr. Ngo spoke up. Was he about to say that? Are you finishing his thoughts now?
Why not? They used to be my thoughts.
What changed? SCP-5056 spoke up again.
Nothing.
Philip disagreed.
A lot of things. Some of them because of Doug, some of them because of me, some of them...
Chief Tarosian. Dr. Ngo finished the thought for him.
Yeah. I guess I didn't really care about improving myself until I had someone to improve for. Doug beat a lot of my flaws out of me. There just wasn't enough room in my head for self-pity or self-loathing or even selfishness with him nattering away in the background all day, every day. But Amy gave me something to actually work toward.
This time, 5056 finished his thought.
You stopped wasting your life.
Go on, Dr. Ngo encouraged.
It feels strange to say, because this has been a terrible year all over, but it still meant so much to me.
Dr. Ngo nodded. You achieved something.
I achieved something, and I reached out. My life isn't one long, indifferently narrated one-man show anymore. Sure, I'm still stuck underground, but I'm not alone down here anymore. SCP-5056 spoke up, giving one final thought. You are never alone, Philip. You will never ever be alone. Never again.
What's he saying? Something spooky? Dr. Ngo asked. Philip shook his head.
It's phrased that way, but that's not how I'm taking it.
The next morning, Philip prepared to take a life-changing step. He stood in front of a mirror, dressed in a tuxedo, and adjusted his bow tie.
How do I look, Doug? He asked, because I can't see with you in the mirror.
SCP-5056 replied,
You're making a mistake.
Philip laughed it off.
Yeah, I've never been good at bow ties. I'd use a clip-on, but Amy would never forgive me, and anyway, it would clash with the tuxedo.
SCP-5056 pushed further, refusing to let it go.
You aren't ready for this.
I definitely am. But hey, if you have objections, feel free to shout them out at the appropriate time. Nobody but me will hear you, but if you make good points, I'll be sure to pass them along.
You won't hold up your end.
I'd do anything for her.
You don't have the energy.
I've never felt this good. Are you even trying here, buddy?
It won't change who you are.
It already has.
It won't fix you.
Philip laughed, pulling his bow tie tight. He turned away from the mirror and toward the next chapter of his life with one final statement.
I don't need to be fixed.
As long as she had known him, Amelia Tarosian had demonstrated kindness, care, empathy, and curiosity toward Philip. Unlike her colleagues, she was not put off by the presence of SCP-5056, but approached it with an open mind and an appreciation for the entirety of Philip's self, the man beyond the anomaly. The two were married in Ipperwash Provincial Park on June 12, 2021, and have been together ever since. Notably, Amelia has reported that SCP-5056 remains largely dormant in her presence, allowing the two to spend their time together without interruption. Following Philip's relationship with Amelia and the improvement to his mental state, as well as changes to SCP-5056's behavior, the Foundation conducted a review and reassessment of the anomaly. Several high-ranking Foundation staff wrote down their changing thoughts on SCP-5056 and contributed them to the official revised file. Amelia R. Tarosian, chief of the janitorial and maintenance section and wife of Philip Deering, wrote, I don't think anyone understood Doug when he first manifested. They all thought he was an anomalous abuser, a demon with a short fuse, existing just to get a rise out of someone. They tell me Phil was plenty risible back then, introverted and absent-minded, the perfect jump scare target. But once he stopped being jumpy, Doug started needling him about his low self-esteem. Once he started standing up for himself, Doug made him worry about other people's needs. By the time I met him in 2019, Phil was considerate, unflappable, and still absolutely miserable. That's when Doug started bugging him about his love life. I don't think Doug is preying on Phil. I think he's trying to help. Dr. Harold R. Blank, chair of the Archives and Revision section, contributed, For the longest time, we thought Phil might be anomalous as well. We even tossed around the idea of classing him Thalmiel, which obviously didn't fly. At the very least, we were pretty sure Doug was an unconscious manifestation of his internal monologue, so we labeled it 5056-A and made him 5056-B. After nearly 2 decades of observation, however, I can say with near certainty that there is nothing at all remarkable about Philip Eugene Deering beyond his unusual equanimity in the face of enduring trauma. He is no longer considered an SCP object, and his paranormal paramour has been reclassified as simply SCP-5056. A self-containing, incorporeal emotional parasite requiring no containment because it voluntarily restricts itself to the presence of a man who voluntarily restricts himself to a secure underground bunker. We're still not sure what will happen when Phil dies, but my guess is 5056 gets one last class change to neutralized. Dr. Melissa Bradbury, chair of the Research and Experimentation section, included, No, I can't tell you what I saw, but I can tell you what I felt. That's only after more than a decade of Foundation psychotherapy, mind you. I was comatose for 11 months and endured 3 years of blurry vision because I couldn't put on a pair of specs or contact lenses without having a panic attack. When that thing filled up my vision, it felt like someone had gut-punched my brain. You know that late-night experience where you suddenly remember some stupid or embarrassing thing you did in your life and it makes you feel ashamed? Well, imagine if you suddenly thought of every stupid or embarrassing thing you'd ever done, all at once, like your conscience finally got fed up and decided to go nuclear on you. No wonder Falkirk tore his eye out. Delfina M. Ibanez, chief of the Pursuit and Suppression section, had this to say.
When Blank said we should let Deering keep playing janitor under his pet monster's watchful eye scars, I was skeptical. I was chief of security and containment, and that sounded like the polar opposite of both concepts. I'm happy to say I was wrong. Deering has absolutely nil combat utility, and without 5056, his disaster response priority would be somewhere just above the D class, and we don't even have D class at 43. But with 5056, he's practically an intruder deterrent system. You know what they say, a friend is someone who will help you move, a best friend is someone who will disintegrate your enemy's eyes. Dr. Noon T. Ngo, chair of the Psychology and Parapsychology section, wrote, SCP-5056 has co-opted JM64's negative thought processes, externalizing his melancholy and self-doubt. His earliest psych evaluations suggested a proclivity towards intrusive anxious thoughts. Because these thoughts are now literally intrusive, he can assess them much more rationally than he could without anomalous intervention. We still don't know what 5056 is, but I can say this much. It is devoted to its opposite number and wants to help him. It expresses affection in a grating, alien manner, but there's no arguing with the results. It's taken 19 years, but Deering has finally made peace with himself. Of course, he's had a little extra help in that regard. Finally, Dr. Polixeni Metaxas, chair of the Spectrometry and Spectrometry section, said, "They've called this a haunting for 19 years. It's even entered the general terminology. A Deering-class haunting denotes the stalking of a corporeal being by an incorporeal one. Nobody really thinks of 5056 as a ghost, however. Nobody but me. The materials handling disaster which created Doug also annihilated at least 2 of our subjects in containment. The nature of those subjects is highly classified, but I can say this much. They are intimately connected to the cycles of guilt and apathy through which human society writ large regularly cycles. Is it too much of a stretch to suggest that one of them, or a fragment of one of them, was reconstituted in that thaumaturgical soup into Deering's inescapable conscience? If that's what happened, well, perhaps it still doesn't make him all that different from the rest of us. We're all haunted by something, and we're all haunting something ourselves. Our hopes and fears are just voices in our heads that only we can hear. Everything we are is just the hallucination of a hollow frame of meat and bone. So what separates us from the thing on the other side of the mirror? 3 dimensions and room to grow. Since the reassessment, the containment measures for SCP-5056 have been updated. It is now considered to be self-containing, with its position fixed to that of Philip. Philip is prohibited from leaving SCP Foundation facilities without direction from Security Clearance Level 4+ personnel, and must carry at least 1 reflective object on his person at all times. Any new or visiting staff must be briefed by Philip on the nature of SCP-5056. He is also required to undergo mental health treatment, mainly exposure response prevention therapy, which allows him to respond to his intrusive thoughts without acting on them. Though SCP-5056 once terrified Philip, bringing him endless distress, he has grown accustomed to its presence. Even when the things 5056 tells him are upsetting, he considers them to be necessary reflections of his inner life, providing him with introspection he has never been capable of on his own. Since Philip's marriage, the entity has grown more and more passive, appearing only to bring up areas that need improvement in the relationship, reminding Philip of ways he can be a better husband to Amelia. Just as Philip has become more comfortable with the presence of SCP-5056, so too has the rest of the Foundation staff. Perhaps, even if they're not entirely aware of it, they recognize something of themselves in that dynamic. Don't we all live with demons of our own, constant companions whispering our insecurities back to us, reminding us of the ways in which we fall short? They may not be as anomalous as SCP-5056, but their hold on us can be just as powerful, just as destructive. The only way to contain them is to look them in the face, learn to talk back, and decide against all odds to go after what we want anyway. We may never be truly rid of them, never be completely alone, and without that gray shadow lurking at our side. But that's okay. We can carry it with us, accepting that our fears, our hurts, our nagging anxieties are necessary parts of who we are. But we can also argue back against the voice that tells us we'll never be truly happy and say, yes, I will, because I deserve it. Eventually, we might just believe it enough for that voice to finally shut up. It's a beautiful morning in Hollywood, and the agent is already chattering on his mobile phone as his limo pulls up to his office. He considers himself a power player in this town, where image is everything. So he's never not talking on his mobile. It gives him an aura of importance, something that's extremely important in a career where what people think you can do is often more important than what you can really do. He exits his limo, motioning dismissively for the driver to take it around to the garage, but he never stops talking.
Babe, it's like I told that director," he says, barely noticing that he cuts off an arriving delivery man as he sweeps through the doors of his office building. "If he wants you to be in his next movie, he's gonna have to treat you like the star that you are." "Of course I said that. I've got your back, don't I? Who loves you, babe? Hold on a sec, I have to take another call." The agent lowers his sunglasses to peer at the caller ID and smiles broadly. His favorite client is calling. He switches lines quickly with an expert flick of the thumb and immediately starts talking to this new client as if he never even broke conversation. The truth is that this agent is struggling to survive in the shark-eat-shark waters of Hollywood. He's losing clients left and right because he's actually not all that good at making deals. His fast talk is good at convincing naive young actors just arriving in town that he's the guy to know, the guy who has all the connections that can get them into the movies. But the truth is that he's little more than a huckster. He's confident that's going to change very soon. The actor that he's speaking with right now is a hot commodity in this town, and he's sure that his career is about to go through the roof. And that means big bucks for the savvy agent who snatched him up right when he stepped off the bus into town. As he opens the door to his outer office, he barely even pays any mind to his secretary, who is studiously transcribing yesterday's meeting so that the agent can review them later. But she cringes as she catches sight of the agent. They say that you can judge a man's character better by the way that he treats his employees than by the way he treats his friends. And if the agent's relationship with his secretary is any indication, this agent is not a very nice person at all. She's used to being berated for every little mistake, even when it's not her fault, to the point that she starts to sweat and shake as soon as she sees her tyrannical boss arrive. She heaves an audible sigh of relief as the agent passes by her without a word, but her feelings are premature. Before the agent enters his inner office, the client whom he's speaking with drops a bombshell. "What's that?" says the agent, stopping dead in his tracks and the color draining from his face. "You're leaving me? You're signing with a different agent? Babe, come on, you can't do this to me. I need you. I was gonna make you a star. You can't do this to me." Furious, the agent screams as he throws his phone at the wall in impotent rage. The cell phone shatters into a million pieces, broken bits of casing and bent microchips littering the carpet. He turns toward his secretary with a snarl on his face and points an accusatory finger at her. "What did you tell him? Did you tell him he could get a bigger percentage with another agent? You did, didn't you? I always tell you not to talk to the clients, but you can't keep your big mouth shut." The secretary tries to stammer out a defense, but she's too nervous. Before she can say anything, the agent turns away from her, still fuming. "I'm gonna take a coffee to get over this," he grouses, removing his extremely fashionable sunglasses and rubbing his forehead in frustration. "When I get back, that mess better be cleaned up. Oh, and make yourself useful for once and get me a replacement phone." The secretary doesn't waste any time in grabbing a dustpan and broom from the supply closet and cleaning up the destroyed cell phone. She knows her boss is in a terrible mood, and she's worried that he's not going to be much better when he returns. And then he's probably going to just yell at her some more. She needs to move fast because she knows the agent won't be gone long, and even though it's obviously completely ridiculous to expect that she'll be able to find and buy a new cell phone for him in the few minutes that he's gone, she's sure that he'll still take out his frustrations on her. Moments later, the agent returns, still grumbling to himself and clutching a hot coffee in his hands. He glowers at her over his sunglasses. "I see you're still sweeping up, huh? God, you're so slow. And did you even get me a new phone yet? I can't be expected to do my job if my clients can't reach me." The secretary opens her mouth to respond, but before she can say a word, they're interrupted by the ringing of a telephone. Both agent and secretary turn to look at the source of the noise. There, on the edge of the secretary's desk, is an ancient, cordless telephone. It doesn't look anything like the slick, modern phones currently being sold in stores. It looks like it's a leftover from the early 2000s, so low-tech that it might as well be a rotary phone. The agent sneers. "That's the best you could do? That thing is ancient. I'm not going to use a cordless phone. I said I wanted a cell phone. What kind of joke is this?" The secretary doesn't know what to say. She didn't buy that phone. She's pretty sure, in fact, that she's never even seen it before. The maintenance staff must have replaced her phone overnight, and she just didn't notice it because they haven't received any phone calls today. But wait a minute. She sees that her regular black telephone is also still on her desk. In this case, maybe the new phone is intended for her boss. "Well, aren't you going to answer it?" asked the agent pointedly as the telephone continues to ring. Yes, sir," says the secretary nervously. She grabs the phone and picks it up. She vaguely notes that something feels wrong as she hefts the phone in her hand. Her eyes randomly trail along the contours of the phone, noting that the seams of the phone seem to have been welded together. That's strange. But she doesn't have the time to ponder this for long, because she's got to answer the phone quickly while her boss glowers at her. She holds it to her ear as the agent watches, a grin on his face. He can't wait to hear how upset the client will be to find out that he's no longer getting the agent's personal attention. The secretary introduces herself and states the name of the talent agency. "How can I help you?" she asks. Her face quickly goes pale, and she starts to tremble, tears welling up in her eyes. "What? Who is this?" she cries. "What's going on? Oh my God, is that?" The agent quirks an eyebrow skeptically. "What's going on here? Is this some kind of prank?" The voice on the other end of the phone is loud. He can't make out the words, but it almost sounds like someone is shouting hysterically. He can hear other loud noises coming over the wire, crashes and shouts, and a loud buzzing that almost sounds like the revving of a chainsaw. Meanwhile, what the secretary hears chills her to her core. The voice on the other end of the phone is shouting and panicked. It's a woman, but the secretary can barely hear her over the noises in the background. She heard the ominous clank of machinery and the crackle of fire. What is going on?
"They're torturing us,"
cries the woman on the phone, her voice cracking as she descends into frantic sobs.
"Please, you have to do something. You have to save us. Oh God, here they come. Help, please."
The secretary doesn't know what to think, but she can tell that the fear in the woman's voice is very real. The secretary can hear screams and shouts in the background, and her mind is instantly filled with visions of the most horrendous sorts of torment. She thinks of innocent victims mowed down with machine gun fire, or garroted with wire, or even subjected to the most insidious of medieval torture devices, like the rack or the breaking wheel. She imagines a whole facility dedicated to nothing but the senseless torture of innocent victims for no conceivable purpose, except, perhaps, the sick curiosity of the psychopathic torturers themselves. She shakes her head, desperately trying to clear the awful images from her mind. "I'm sorry, where are you?" says the secretary, hurriedly. She blunders at the drawer on her desk, pulling it open and desperately searching for a pen and paper, hoping that the frightened woman on the other end of the phone might still have the presence of mind to tell her an address. Maybe, if she can figure out where this is happening, she can call 911 and have them send the police to investigate. From the sounds of things, they'll need to send some paramedics as well. And as much as she hates to think about it, they'll probably need to send some hearses too. Her fingers fall upon a pen and pull it from the drawer. She clamps the phone between her chin and shoulder and grabs a steno pad, ready to scribble down any info that she can get. Her boss is staring at her, an amused smirk across his face. He clearly thinks that this silly secretary is just overreacting to nothing. But he can't hear the woman's voice. He can't know the depth of her terror. "Please tell me where you are," begs the secretary. Her fingers are trembling so hard that the pen leaves a squiggly line on the paper. But the voice on the other end of the phone is barely coherent now, all her words degenerating into a long, drawn-out scream of absolute gargling terror. "Okay, that's enough of that," says the agent, crossing his arms across his chin and regarding his shaking secretary with deep and obvious skepticism. "You think this impresses me? I've seen better acting in an elementary school play." Of course, he would immediately think this. This is Hollywood, after all, and everyone has Hollywood dreams of someday being in a movie. Every waiter and bus driver by day is a frustrated actor by night. So, even though his secretary has never before expressed any interest in becoming a movie star, he of course suspects that this is an elaborate setup to convince him of her acting talents. She turns to look at him, and one look at her pale face is enough to convince him that she's not acting at all. Her face is ghostly white, and she's shaking like a leaf. She looks like she might simply faint right here from fright. Now the agent's smug annoyance turns to anger. Maybe his secretary isn't trying to fool him, but someone on the phone sure is. It must be some kind of prank call, and his secretary is simply the one person in Hollywood dumb enough to fall for it. "There's someone in trouble," cries the secretary, dropping the phone from her ear. "She says that they're being tortured. We need to get them help." The agent rolls his eyes. Of course it would be a prank call. He can't believe that his stupid secretary is actually taking this seriously. "Kid, you have a lot to learn about Hollywood." He snaps his fingers in her face. "It's clearly just some random loon trying to trick you. Hand over the phone, doll. I'll handle this." "It's not fake," babbles the secretary in a daze. "I'm sure of it. It's real." She hesitates, afraid to hand off the phone for reasons that not even she can articulate. The agent grunts in annoyance, snatching the phone from her hands. "Nothing's real here, kid. It's all just smoke and mirrors. Maybe if you weren't so stupid, you'd already have figured that out." The secretary turns away, devastated by the insult, and buries her face in her hands. The agent, meanwhile, holds the phone to his ear. "Listen, punk, I don't know who you think you are, but I'm a big deal and—" His words suddenly cut off, and the secretary turns as she hears the cardboard coffee cup explode against the floor. The agent is nowhere to be seen. It's like he suddenly vanished in an instant. She blinks in surprise and confusion. It happens so suddenly that there's no way the agent stepped outside without her knowing. The dropped coffee cup on the floor serves as chilling proof that something extraordinary must have happened to him. The other thing left behind, sitting in an ever-expanding puddle of spilled coffee, is the mysterious telephone. She stares at it in disbelief, wondering how this strange phone can be responsible for this crazy situation. And then, even as she stares trying to make sense of what just happened, the phone immediately begins to ring anew. Answering a ringing telephone is an almost instinctive response for most of us. But if anything, this situation shows why sometimes it might be a good idea to resist that urge. After all, you never know who might be on the other end. And while usually the worst consequence of answering an unknown caller is that you'll be subjected to a lengthy and boring pitch for life insurance or solicitations for political donations, this story shows that there are some things much worse than a spam caller. Instead, you might be receiving a call from SCP-015. For all intents and purposes, SCP-015 appears to be a standard 2002 model cordless telephone handset of Alcatel brand on its standard issue charging base. The charging base has been defaced, the jack inputs are sealed with resin glue, and the power input to the device has been torn out with a sharp tool. All labels and stickers have been torn off the phone, so its serial number and production date are unknown. None of this would make SCP-015 particularly notable. What makes SCP-015 unusual is that the phone rings constantly, defying all attempts to silence it. Neither removing the phone's battery nor disassembling the base has had any effect on stopping SCP-145's incessant ringing. The only thing that can stop the ringing is to answer the phone. But as Foundation agents soon learned, answering the phone is literally the last thing you want to do when SCP-145 is around. Agents assigned to interacting with SCP-145 must always do so in pairs for very important safety reasons. Because if a person answers SCP-145 without being observed by another live human being, the person answering the phone will instantly vanish. It is currently unknown how SCP-145 causes its victims to vanish. Video recordings of vanishings do not provide any clarity, only showing that the victim is there in one frame and gone in the next. If a person answers the phone while being observed by another person, however, they will not vanish and can actually have a conversation of sorts with whoever is calling. The person on the other end of the phone varies from call to call, but is always one of several different female voices. This voice will beg for help in a panicked tone as the sounds of violence and torture play out in the background. The methods of torture, judging from words of the caller and the sounds in the background, have included branding, electrocution, laceration, and many other gruesome acts of violence. It's currently unknown where the voice is calling from or who is responsible for the horrible tortures happening at that site, but conversations with the phone voice give a grisly clue as to the fate of the people who vanish after answering SCP-145 while unsupervised. It appears that those vanished individuals are transported to the site from which the phone calls originate and added to the roster of victims undergoing torture at the hands of the unknown tormentors. The callers appear to be non-automated and entirely sentient. Attempts to trace the call or track down the location of the tortured callers have proven unsuccessful thus far. Attempts to block the signal of the phone with the use of a Faraday cage have also been unsuccessful. Since SCP-145 is pretty much just a telephone, it has been given the object class Euclid. Since the location of SCP-145's victims is currently unknown, the only way to travel to it is to join the roster of victims by using SCP-145. Currently, the Foundation conducts research into SCP-145 by using teams of 3, 1 Class D staff, 1 Class 2/145 audio technician, and 1 Class 3 security staff. Only Class D staff are permitted to actually listen to SCP-145, as, without fail, unsupervised exposure to SCP-145's transmissions will cause the listener to vanish and join a growing list of SCP-145's torture victims. Listening to the pleas of SCP-145's victims is a harrowing experience for even the most jaded researchers, such that the Foundation has been moved to try several rescue attempts, even when these might not have been the best advised plans. As of yet, none of these attempts have been successful. In one instance, the Class D personnel tasked with answering SCP-145 was issued a GPS locator device in hopes that it might give Foundation agents a clue about where the victims were being held. The GPS device was rendered inactive upon the victim's disappearance. On another occasion, a researcher equipped the Class D listener with both a GPS device and a military combat knife. Once again, the GPS device was rendered inactive, and subsequent calls by SCP-145 seemed to indicate that the missing Class D staff attempted and failed to use the knife in defense. A third rescue attempt involved equipping the Class D staff with both a Kevlar vest and a 9mm semi-automatic pistol. Subsequent listens to SCP-145 revealed the sound of gunshots, followed by exclamations of pain from the vanished Class D staff person, indicating that perhaps the unknown tormentors had managed to disarm the Class D staff person and use his own weapon against him. In one final rescue attempt, researchers thought that possibly explosives could be used both to attack the mysterious tormentors and to reveal the location of the torture site. If nothing else, a massive mysterious explosion might appear on seismographic instruments or even local news reports. Researchers equipped a Class D staff person with 1 kilogram of C4 explosive concealed in a supply kit, with the explosive attached to a remote trigger with a 30-second delay, triggered before interaction with SCP-145. The results of this experiment are currently classified, but involved multiple personnel going missing, so suffice to say, it wasn't the rousing success that the Foundation staff had been hoping for. Following this incident, all further tests on SCP-145 have been suspended. What is SCP-145, and why was it created? What cruel yet ingenious mind could devise something so cunning, only to be used for the senseless torment of random people? Foundation researchers still don't know the answer, only that SCP-145 might serve as yet more evidence for the boundless depths of human cruelty, if in fact, it was even created by humans.
Quiet, quiet. Duck down, out of sight over there. Are you recording? Why aren't you recording?
The camera woman has no desire to shoulder her camera yet again. It has been like this all day. The three of them will walk 10 feet, then all of a sudden, the presenter will dive behind a bush and beckon for herself and their guard to do the same. Her patience for it is certainly starting to wear thin. Clearly nowhere near as thin as their security guards, however, as the man flexes his trigger finger against the side of the rifle, grumbling to himself in Swahili. The camera woman should never have taken this job. She knows that now, but they are far too deep in the Tanzanian wilderness to turn back now. They parked their jeep up in the early hours of the morning and started walking at sunrise. The faint blue tinge to the dark forest around them tells her it must be almost sunrise again. The presenter turns to her and runs a hand through his carefully sculpted hair. His pink skin has been burning and peeling in the sun all day long. He looks like he'd give the flamingos from earlier a run for their money as she switches the LED ring light on. The presenter clears his throat and wipes the sweat from his brow.
Rumor has it that the area we're entering into now is patrolled by highly sophisticated militarized drones. Myself and my crew are risking our lives here, but that's just what it takes when you decide to live as an extreme vegan.
He insists on recording several more takes. By the 5th attempt, the camera woman stops hitting record. Not worth filling up the memory with this waste of a shot. Extreme vegan. What will they come up with next? She had moved to Tanzania with dreams of working on documentaries with a capital D. Rich, beautiful shots of the world's most endangered animals basking by a watering hole or hunting to feed their starving cubs. Real footage, not this reality show nonsense. The presenter had touched down the previous day, immediately started asking about where the nearest fast food chain was, then threw a tantrum because the Wi-Fi in the hotel lobby was too slow. Bad as he was, he at least seemed mostly harmless. But their security guard... The camera woman glances over to him. The man seems more like a local thug with a gun than a trained professional. The studio must have been trying to save money hiring him. Goodness knows they were cutting costs hiring her to do video and audio. She should have smelled the rat and just said no. A light. It sweeps through the trees so quickly it almost catches the three of them. The camera woman hits the dirt just in time. The camera bumps awkwardly into her shoulder so hard she almost cries out. A mechanical whirring fills the night. The light sweeps this way and that as they all lie motionless on the ground. Then, just as abruptly as it appeared, the light swings away and the sound fades. Maybe those drones aren't as made up as they sounded. The presenter is clearly very shaken. His wide eyes dart around between the trees as they all get back to their feet. So much for being an extreme vegan. The camera woman glances over at their security guard. A twisted grin lights up his face. She notices a little pendant has slipped out of his shirt. A small white shard hanging from a handmade chain. Even in the dead of night, the camera woman has filmed enough elephants to recognize ivory when she sees it. The security guard, no, poacher, meets her gaze. His smile widens. He speaks Swahili in a low voice. We keep moving. Shouldering the rifle, the poacher marches onwards in the direction the drone had just been a few moments ago. The camera woman and presenter have no option but to follow. For a long time, the group walks in silence. It is the longest the presenter has gone without opening his mouth since his plane touchdown. The camera woman would be enjoying the peace and quiet if it hadn't been for the sickening unease that had settled over them.
Had that drone been real? If it had, then what exactly were they walking into right now? Some kind of secret facility, GMO research, labor camps? But it just looks like any other patch of forest in Tanzania, only it doesn't. Come to think of it, as they walk, the camerawoman starts to notice little differences. At first, they're too subtle to put a finger on, just a different feel to the air or a strange sound. Is it the plants, perhaps? She's no botanist, so doesn't really know what she's looking at, but she's spent enough time out in the wild here to know a few plants. But now, she's spotting all kinds of strange new ones. A bush with huge red leaves here, a tree with long purple fruit there. She asks the presenter what they are. He looks up at the purple fruit tree, perplexed. Wasn't this supposed to be the whole point of this documentary? Exploring the furthest reaches of the world, looking for vegan alternatives? No idea, but let's roll the camera anyway. Ready? The presenter plucks a fruit and presents it to the lens, immediately spouting off about the fruit's medicinal qualities, levels of fiber, natural sugars, and low water consumption. All lies. The camerawoman scowls at him. The presenter turns the fruit over and screams, throwing it as far as his skinny arms will allow. Never one to waste a shot, the camerawoman follows the fruit on instinct, zooming in on it as it lands at the foot of a tree. Out from under the purple skin crawls an earwig. It's huge, just over 3 inches long at a guess. That's strange. If she didn't know any better, she'd think that was... A voice startles the three of them. It booms out from behind them, just up the slope. The presenter swivels so fast he falls over. The camerawoman points the camera up the hill and snaps the figure into focus. The poacher pulls back the bolt on his rifle, finger already on the trigger. In the dark, they can hardly make out what they are looking at. It must be a man. It spoke in a man's voice, but it towers over all of them. It must be nearly 7 feet tall. They can't discern any kind of human silhouette. Odd shapes jut out this way and that. What is it made from? The voice calls out again, a deep, rumbling voice, like an earthquake heard from the ocean floor or echoing through a forest. There were other sounds layered into its voice, high twittering sounds and guttural growls. The camerawoman looks to her companions. Clearly neither of them understand what it's saying either. Not Swahili, not English, not French or Arabic. The intent of the voice is very clear, however. They are not welcome. For the first time ever, the presenter is lost for words. The poacher shifts the butt of the rifle against his shoulder. Great. Now this is her job. The camerawoman lowers her camera rig to the ground and raises both hands, approaching the figure carefully. The sun breaks over the horizon further up the slope. In just a few moments, she'll be able to see the stranger, whatever it is. Speaking Swahili, she explains that they are a film crew, here to shoot a documentary. They do not intend any harm and will make as little disturbance to the environment as possible. The creature does not seem to understand and repeats its previous command. It definitely sounded like a command, at least. The camerawoman turns helplessly to her companions, just in time to see a small shadow rushing them. It runs on all fours, covering the ground impossibly fast. Ignoring the poacher and presenter, it snatches up her camera from the ground and hurls it at a tree. It crunches into the wood and falls to the ground in pieces. Sunlight breaks over the horizon, flooding the valley with light. The camerawoman whirls around and glimpses the figure up the hill. It is a man, isn't it? Towering at nearly 7 feet, the man is adorned with flowers, blossoms, and fungi. Animal skulls and pelts hang from his shoulders. Colorful face paint etches patterns, ancient and proud, deep into his features. African buffalo horns grow proudly from his head, accentuating a triumphant floral headpiece. But a glimpse is all she gets. The figure vanishes. A sweet-scented breeze rushes down to meet her from where he was standing just a moment ago. "Where'd he go?" the presenter cries. The camerawoman can see something dangerous has lit up the man's face. He's found his story. She just doesn't know quite what it is yet. The poacher also has a wry smile on his face. He's looking at the discarded purple fruit from before. No, wait. He's looking at the earwig still crawling around it. She follows his gaze, and it confirms her suspicions from before. That's a St. Helena earwig, sure as the daylight streaming onto its scuttling legs. Declared extinct in 1967. The presenter is already marching off, further down the valley. The poacher shoulders his rifle and follows, not even glancing at the camerawoman. She goes over to her broken camera and kneels down. No hope. She takes out the SD card from it and pockets it. What had that creature been that had thrown it at the tree? A monkey of some kind? The presenter calls out to her. "Forget the camera, I've got a hidden one in my pocket. It'll look more authentic anyway." As they walk, they see more and more wildlife. In the early dawn, various animals are rising to their feet, stretching and wandering through the trees. At first, just small creatures, geckos, tortoises, insects. But soon they see gazelle, a family of oryx, even a hippo from a distance. But there is one thing each animal has in common. They were all declared extinct years ago, sometimes centuries ago. The camera woman keeps her mouth shut. The last thing she wants is for the poacher to know that. Although judging from the spring in his step, he's already well on his way to figuring it out. All of a sudden, the forest opens out. A watering hole the size of a lake fills their view. Animals of all sorts fly, swim, bathe, drink, and play in the morning air. Parakeets dance overhead. Rhinos lounge in the shallows. A dodo marches squarely past them on its way to join its friends. This has to be some kind of dream, surely. The penny finally drops for the presenter. He turns to his companions, wide-eyed, ready to say something, when he freezes, staring at something behind them. A shadow falls over them all. The camera woman turns to see an elephant, white as the morning snow, with round, pink eyes, old and wrinkled as time itself. It is hulkingly big, impossibly big. It dwarfs any bull elephant she's ever shot by several tons. The giant walks slowly, one plodding step at a time, right past them. So close she can almost reach out and touch it. Every part of her wants to. Only she knows better. You don't interfere with nature. The elephant passes them and disappears into the woods. She looks excitedly at her companions. The poacher has a glint in his eye. The presenter is hurrying off along the water's edge. Her eyes follow his movement. There, on the shore, kneels the towering man from before. He's beside a panting and straining ibex. She's on her side, belly swollen, blood mixing with the lake's water. The camera woman draws closer, watching the man stroke the animal's side gently. He cups a painted hand behind the animal's rump and delivers a baby effortlessly. Another slides out a moment later. He takes the tiny ibexes under each arm and walks them into the water, delicately washing them clean before returning them to their mother by the shore. The presenter calls out to him, raising a hand in greeting. Sir, would you be interested in conducting a brief interview with me? It's for a network television documentary called Extreme Vegan. The figure stands and turns to them, wary. The two of them stand before him, separated by just a few feet, extinct animals chattering and cheeping all around them. In order to maintain such an eco-friendly lifestyle, you must be having a lot of plant-based alternatives in your diet. Oat milk, corn, avocado, what's your secret? As if on cue, a buffalo emerges from the water and approaches them. The man stoops, not taking an eye off the presenter, and reaches under the buffalo's body. Finding the teat, he squeezes milk into his cupped hand. He raises his hand to his mouth and drinks slowly, staring the presenter down. After a moment, he squeezes more milk into his hand and stretches it out towards them. He says a word in that same ancient voice, only this time, it is softer, welcoming. No way. Do you know how unethical it is to deprive that poor child of its natural milk? The presenter goes off on a rant. The man ignores him and offers the hand to the camera woman instead. Without thinking, she steps forward and stoops to his hand. She drinks the milk straight from his palm. It's warm and fatty, thick like cream, but totally delicious. She looks into the man's eyes. They are a dark brown, but in the morning light, she catches flecks of gold, green, purple, and blue. The man's voice is even softer as he speaks again. Alaaniwe. His name. That must be the man's name. She raises a hand to her chest, opening her mouth to introduce herself. Bang! The shot rips through the clearing. Animals screech and scatter, stampeding into the trees. Birds fill the sky, alighting from every tree, so much so that they tangle with one another. Camera woman's head whips around. The shot had come from the trees behind them. A roar, louder and more chilling than any animal could produce, swells from Alaaniwe. This time, he doesn't just vanish. It's like he's raptured. Vines and roots shoot up out of the dirt, wrapping around him, creeping into his mouth and eye sockets. They wrench him into the ground with such force, it sends ripples across the lake. A rumbling fills the earth. The presenter cowers by the water's edge. He's useless. The camera woman takes off into the trees, following the sound of the shot. It doesn't take her long to find it. The white elephant lies on its side, rivers of red cascading across its chest, following the ancient furrows of its wrinkled skin. Its breathing stutters and rattles. The poacher stands before the dying animal. He turns to the camera woman, an unhinged grin lighting up his face. He opens his mouth to speak, but from out of his throat bursts a stem, blood spraying high into the air.
The camera woman watches in abject horror as the plant grows up through the poacher. Roots ensnare his feet and ankles. The stem pierces his lower back and emerges from his throat. Offshoots stab their way out of his ribcage and temples. In a matter of seconds, it is finished. Pink flowers bloom at the tips, the poacher's corpse suspended like some kind of grotesque puppet. Without a sound, Alaaniwe emerges from the trees and walks past the camera woman, past the poacher's body, and kneels by the elephant. He raises a hand to the creature's wound. The camera woman waits with bated breath. He's going to heal it. She can feel it. That's Alaaniwe's final power. He can save the elephant, surely. But the blood keeps flowing. The elephant's breathing grows fainter until silence fills the clearing. No birds chattering, no breeze to rustle the trees, no more death rattles. Silence. Then, the most heartbreaking sound the camera woman has ever heard. Alaaniwe starts to sob. She's no longer welcome here. This is not her place. Without a word, the camera woman gets to her feet and walks back up the hill and out of the valley. As she walks, she hears footsteps approaching her. The presenter is there, arms laden with fruit and berries. He grins at her, explaining how he's going to take these home and plant them up. Start a smoothie chain called Alaaniwe's. If the first store goes well, they can franchise it, keeping the local feel but expanding to... A root stabs through his throat, interrupting him. A second stabs through his chest, shattering the hidden camera. So much for that smoothie chain. The camera woman doesn't look back. She walks through the day and the following night. She finds a road and stops. There's something in her pocket still. She takes out the SD card and looks at it. With a sad little smile, she takes the card between her fingers and snaps it clean in two. The man that you have just encountered deep in the Tanzanian wilderness may not be a man at all. Little is known about the genetic makeup of SCP-5411, otherwise known as Alaaniwe. He appears to be a male, comprised of a combination of human, animal, and botanical components. The plants and pelts that the camera woman observed him wearing are likely not items of clothing at all, but rather are naturally growing parts of Alaaniwe's anatomy, giving him the appearance of a witch doctor. None of the documented attempts to communicate with Alaaniwe have proved fruitful. While he does speak, his language is currently unidentified. He seems to have no understanding of English, Swahili, or Arabic, and is uninterested in learning them. Alaaniwe roams freely within a 35 square kilometer area of the southern Tanzanian savanna. This site has been designated SCP-5411-0, and an exclusion zone has been set up around it. Barbed wire fences and automated drones patrol the perimeter. A sacrificial goat is kept on site at all times, ready to be sacrificed as part of a binding ritual to keep SCP-5411 contained. Thus far, however, Alaaniwe has not proved to be a threat to anyone other than those who disturb the delicate ecosystem which he inhabits. His land, SCP-5411-0, is home to a number of critically endangered or near-extinct species of African animals, many of whom are from different countries in the continent. Black rhinoceros, western gorilla, African penguins, and a so-called albino ghost elephant that is central to local folklore. It is unclear how these animals came to live in this area, but there is an evident connection between Alaaniwe's care of nature and their continued survival. Alaaniwe has been witnessed delivering newborn animals of a number of species, tending to injured animals, and even regrowing grasslands to feed and house various creatures. Alaaniwe is known to possess the powers of teleportation, intangibility, zoolingualism, fluorokinesis, and psychokinesis. When left alone, Alaaniwe uses these abilities to tend to his local ecosystem. However, he is aggressive and decisive in disposing of anything he perceives to be a threat to the natural order. He is known to manifest and control small humanoid creatures roughly 1 meter tall that are made up of foliage, wood, mud, and rocks. These creatures, designated SCP-5411-1, exhibit basic predatory behavior, carrying out the bidding of SCP-5411, such as destroying our camera woman's equipment. Capable of running at speeds of up to 75 kilometers an hour, the 58 known instances of SCP-5411-1 are to be treated as hostile as soon as they leave the SCP-5411-0 exclusion zone. However, a status quo seems to have settled between SCP researchers and SCP-5411. Alaaniwe seems content within his ecosystem, and the conservation work he carries out within this area is proving invaluable to those researching climate change and habitat welfare. Much like the animals in nature documentaries, it is best that we choose not to interfere and let nature run its course.
In the nightmare, you're being chased by something you can never quite make out.
is a tall, dark figure with too many hands, but no face. In the nightmare, you're running down a hallway that keeps getting longer as the monster gains on you. All those grasping hands. One of them reaches out, grabs the scruff of your neck with long, icy fingers, and you jolt upright in bed in a cold sweat, breathing hard, eyes darting around the room as it comes into focus, treating every shadow with terrible suspicion. There's this awful feeling in the air. It's heavy on you, like a weighted blanket, some terrible new atmosphere. This is more than just the nightmare come down. You know, in your pounding little heart, that there's something in the house. Something that means you and everyone you love some terrible harm, if it hasn't done that already. There are footsteps coming down the hall, slow and creaking. Why, tonight of all nights, did you choose to leave your bedroom door open? Your growing sense of anxiety at least subsides a little when you see a familiar silhouette in the doorway. The shape of your mother come to check on you. You must have been talking in your sleep. "Everything okay, sweetie?" she asks. But that is not your mother's voice. "Mom?" you ask back, small and trembling. She steps into the room, half bathed in the light of the moon shining in through your bedroom window. It's her, but something's wrong. She's wearing a strange mask, like something you'd see above the doors to an old-fashioned theater, cast in grinning porcelain. And her skin, it's a moribund shade of off-white, like a corpse just before it starts rotting. "Why so glum, honey?" The thing that you're sure is not your mother says. She walks toward you, and your whole body tenses up. You want to run, you want to scream, but it's like invisible hands are holding you still. The woman in the mask sits at the foot of your bed. "Where's Dad?" is all you can manage. That's when you notice the kitchen knife in her hand, stained with something that looks black in the moonlight. The thing in the mask laughs and asks if you want to go see him. You don't answer. In a week's time, when it becomes suspicious to friends and neighbors that nobody has left the house in all those days, the police will intrude. They'll find a home that's devoid of all life, and a particularly memorable corpse sitting at the dining room table. It's so rotten it looks almost like it's been burned, despite no other signs of fire in the house. And the pristine white mask still fixed to its face, a strand of black ichor dripping out of its frowning mouth. What you just encountered is a unique anomaly, even among the thousands contained by the SCP Foundation. They have it on file as SCP-015, the Possessive Mask. By now, you know that the Foundation wields unparalleled knowledge in the fields of everything from paranormal happenings, extra-dimensional entities, and the dark art of thaumaturgy. But even amongst that knowledge, the true nature of SCP-035 remains a frightening question mark. To the untrained eye, it looks like little more than a white porcelain comedy mask. Or was it a tragedy mask? According to the first set of researchers assigned to the 035 case, God rest their souls, the expression on the Possessive Mask's face has been known to change between the two, and when it does so, all photographic evidence depicting the mask will also change to match it. And this is one of the minor ways that the mask gets into your head and starts to influence your mind. One constant is that when viewed from the front, a foul-smelling black liquid seems to weep and drool from the eyes and mouth of the mask. This liquid, still unquantified by Foundation research, is highly toxic and corrosive to the touch, gradually breaking down any matter that it comes into contact with, organic or otherwise. Experimentation has yielded the fact that it affects glass the slowest of all, but even then, everything breaks down eventually. If ever you're unlucky enough to find yourself in the presence of the Possessive Mask, you may be able to look beyond all that. You'll find it charming, enticing even. If you pass within 6 feet of the mask, you'll even feel a strong desire to put it on, like its black tendrils are slithering in between the folds of your mind, like it's always been there, like its thoughts and yours are simply one and the same.
And if you put on the mask, giving in to what it wants, that will soon be the case. The second the mask comes into contact with the face of a viable host, either a sentient being or an empty humanoid vessel like a mannequin or a corpse, it will produce a powerful alternate brainwave pattern. In a sentient being like you, this alternate pattern will nullify and erase your consciousness, resulting in immediate death. Think of it like a new landlord evicting an old tenant before moving in himself. When possessed by SCP-035, the mask's corroding effect becomes localized and accelerated on its host, slowly breaking down the body until it's completely inoperable, a lifeless, corroded husk. At this point, it will need to seek a new host. Concerningly for the Foundation, however, the mask can still operate its host after they've sustained a level of damage impossible to survive for any non-anomalous person. SCP-035 has been shown actively possessing hosts that looked like cadavers in an advanced state of decay, causing additional psychological distress to anyone witnessing. But don't make the mistake of thinking that 035, in possession of a host, is some mere mindless zombie. It might be the costliest mistake you ever make. The Possessive mask is one of the most intelligent, articulate, and manipulative anomalies the SCP Foundation has ever contained, showing a highly magnetic and charismatic personality, capable of conversing at length with the researchers studying it. At times, according to some reports, it seemed as though the mask was the one studying them. It's prone to flattery, slowly warming up its targets, eroding their barriers, letting their guard down. During intelligence and aptitude tests, SCP-035 has consistently been superlative. It also displays remarkable emotional intuition, as well as a photographic memory. The mechanisms behind the nature of the Possessive mask still elude its most dogged researchers, but in my own humble opinion, the question has a deceptively simple answer. The Possessive mask is evil. Pure and undiluted evil in its rawest and most malevolent form. The entity is not hateful. In fact, I'd venture to say that it's full of love. And what it loves most is breaking the minds of human beings. Through mere conversations with the mask, the psyches of researchers have been irreparably shattered. It has driven victims to dangerous actions for themselves and others. Murder, torture, indiscriminate violence, all for no other reason than to satisfy its personal sense of sadism. The mask has boasted that it has a complete understanding of the human mind, and given enough time, it could destroy or reshape the mind of anyone simply by talking to them. It's an advanced form of neuro-linguistic programming that the Foundation's finest minds can't even come close to cracking. Researchers with multiple PhDs and years in the fields of anomalous research had been reduced to mindless slaves over the course of a single interview, something that the mask takes a perverse pleasure in. And if you believe that you would be the exception, that you could match wills with the porcelain monster and come out the victor, then you're exactly the kind of mark it seeks. People are often most vulnerable when they're confident. SCP-035 is one of the most dangerous and intelligent Keter-class anomalies that the Foundation have ever encountered, and thus, it requires an exceptional level of precaution and containment with multiple layers of defense. Most immediately, the anomalous mask is contained within a specially created unit composed out of 5 panels of hermetically sealed, 4-inch thick glass. Seeing as glass reacts the slowest to the mask's corrosive black excretions, it's the best compromise for keeping the horrible thing under lock and key, at least for certain intervals of time. The larger containment chamber is reinforced with iron, steel, and lead, and the doors to the chamber are to be triple locked at all times, with the only exception being when researchers are allowed into and out of the room. Outside, no fewer than 2 armed guards stand watch to halt any unauthorized entrances with potentially lethal force. These guards are not allowed to enter the containment chamber, for fear that they'll fall under the mask's thrall. An on-site psychologist performs regular checks on all of the staff members working with or even in proximity to SCP-035, checking for any potential signs of influence or mental instability. Due to the aforementioned corrosive effect of SCP-035 excretions, the smaller glass containment unit needs to be replaced every 2 weeks, with the previous containment unit being disposed of via SCP-101, a living leather satchel with an extra-dimensional interior. Anyone who comes into contact with the mask while it's possessing a host is required to undergo immediate psychological evaluation from a trained professional. For many anomalies, establishing rigorous containment procedures would be the ultimate solution. But nothing is ever simple with the possessive mask. You see, it was first discovered in the early 1800s in the city of Venice. City authorities were breaking into an abandoned house, a stately manor on the outskirts, the occupants of which hadn't been seen in years. Inside the manor, they found a sealed tomb, and inside that sealed tomb, covered in written pleas to never free its contents, they found what would one day be known as SCP-015. The owner was long gone. To the city authorities of 1800s Venice, he seemed like a madman, his home full of countless notebooks, all littered with deranged scrawlings. He seemed to be obsessed with a place known as Alaaniwe, though they had records of no such place. The mask's whereabouts became unknown for a time after that, though everywhere it went, death and destruction seemed to follow. The Foundation has an entire separate team dedicated to connecting historical murders and disappearances that may have involved the mask, in hopes of tracking its entire sordid tale. But after being interred at a Foundation containment site, the mask started a new reign of terror within the Foundation's very walls. A month after it was first contained, violence broke out in the facility. Right under the Foundation's nose, the mask had been manipulating the personnel on the research team, recruiting them to its sinister and mysterious cause. They started murdering their own comrades to create a distraction, while others attempted to smuggle 035 and its glass containment unit out of the site. Luckily, site security cottoned on before the plan could succeed in its ultimate objective. They intercepted and terminated the mutineers who had been manipulated by the mask's anomalous influence and returned it back to its chamber. All the survivors involved in the incident were transferred off-site for extensive psychological counseling. But this was just the beginning. The incident made the Foundation conduct further research into the anomaly's means of manipulation and discovered that SCP-035 was capable of telepathy, even when not attached to a host. This both accounted for its ability to influence people to put on the mask, as well as how it so thoroughly corrupted and controlled the former staff members who performed the insurrection on its behalf. This discovery resulted in the Foundation exercising further caution around which subjects were permitted to interact with SCP-035. Despite how intelligent and superficially charming it seemed at any point, there was no doubt they were dealing with a sadistic puppet master. All this was bad enough, but the Foundation grew substantially more concerned when it started taking interest in more ambitious potential hosts. SCP-682, the hard-to-kill reptile, and SCP-4715, a demon born of war. Both are immensely violent and powerful anomalies with regenerative capabilities, and that's exactly why the Foundation believes 035 is taking such an interest. Either might be passively regenerative enough to counteract the corrosive effect that the possessive mask has on its hosts, potentially giving it a permanent, not to mention extremely dangerous, body. Extra measures were put in place in hopes of ensuring that such an outcome never transpired, but the mask just seemed to take that as a challenge. There were a string of other escape attempts in the months that followed, all accompanied by a number of Foundation casualties. Site Command reviewed the incident logs, including all the gory details, and correctly concluded that the possessive mask was too dangerous an anomaly to be given any leeway whatsoever. They demanded that it be permanently sealed in its containment chamber and all of its host privileges revoked. It was this move that revealed just how many loyalists the mask had created in the site. There were large internal protests at the news that its steady supply of mannequin and corpse hosts were being revoked, with some of these 035 devotees taking their violent aggression out on their fellow staff members. This resulted in several murders and several more terminations of compromised personnel. Site Command dictated from that point on that staff on the 035 case be profiled and rotated frequently, with any direct or proximity contact with 035 kept to a minimum. But once again, this well-intentioned move didn't stymie the mask's effort. They just encouraged it to up its game. Soon, staff members who weren't even working with the mask, but just so happened to be working within 10 meters of its containment cell, started to bear the brunt of its secondary anomalous effects. They reported hearing unintelligible whispers, as well as a pervasive sense of unease. Some even reported the onset of severe migraines that were disrupting their ability to work. No apparent superficial changes were detected in the mask while all of this unfolded. Some of the researchers working with 035 suggested reinstating the mask's host privileges in hopes of appeasing it, but this motion was denied. Site Command refused to give in to what they saw as the mask's cruel and petty intimidation tactics. What followed was the mother of all dirty protests and would mark a substantial escalation in the mask's campaign of psychological terror. The walls themselves in 035's cell started to secrete copious amounts of black fluid, analysis of which revealed that it was composed mostly of human blood, with a number of other alien toxins and contaminants. The substance, much like the one that leaks from the front of the mask's eyes and mouth, was highly corrosive and began eating through the structural integrity of the walls. But this wasn't just random. Foundation personnel quickly noted that the corrosive sludge was forming clear shapes on the walls, full sentences in a number of different languages, including Greek, Italian, Latin, and Sanskrit, which a research team were put in charge of translating. In addition to the sentences, there were also complex diagrams depicting acts of ritual sacrifice, all involving members of staff working at that very site. During this time, the mask's powers of corrosion also seemed to increase, destroying its glass containment unit and warranting replacement at increasing speeds. On some occasions, the glass would simply shatter, leading to a sudden spike in the severity of the anomaly's effects. There were 6 casualties and 3 deaths during the cleanup efforts. In this war of attrition, it was clear that the Foundation was losing, so Site Command began resorting to anomalous countermeasures. This included lining the walls of 035's cell with SCP-015-IT, an anomalous alloy known as Telekill, for its ability to dampen telepathic abilities. Getting any other anomaly to interact with the possessive mask could have unpredictable and potentially dangerous results, but with researchers and guards dropping like flies, they were running out of options. In a rare win for Site Command, the Telekill did its job, reducing the amount of deaths for people working in proximity to the outside of the possessive mask's containment cell. However, every action has an equal and opposite reaction, and the measures to prevent the mask's power from proliferating had the unintended result of concentrating its anomalous effects with far greater potency in the containment chamber itself. Researchers working on the case referred to it as a kind of anomalous greenhouse effect. In practical terms, this made the containment cell an incredibly dangerous place to be for human beings. Subjects inside the room reported the sounds of unintelligible yet deafening voices, a general sense of dread, and a gamut of negative emotions, from depression to fear to outright rage. Spending 3 hours in the cell had even more severe effects: bleeding from the eyes and mouth, destructive tendencies, hostility to others, and the constant ringing of cruel laughter in their ears. At this point, the afflicted person was likely to slip into a state of irretrievable psychosis, the inherent mechanisms of their minds warped by the dark power of the mask. The team instructed to decode the writing that appeared on the wall were also found dead, having suffered violent demises. SCP-035 clearly had no intention of letting up. Cleanup efforts on the leaking walls also hit a diabolical roadblock. The black liquid oozing out of the walls was becoming increasingly acidic, eating through the iron, the lead, and even the Telekill. Soon enough, the cell itself would cease to have any structural integrity. If left unattended, the possessive mask would have telepathic free reign over the entire facility. In the absence of some way to reinforce the walls, they would have to be replaced entirely every 2 months. Once again, researchers suggested reinstating the host privileges for 035, a motion that Site Command once again denied. A disturbing pattern was becoming clear. Perhaps the researchers affected didn't even know it, but the mask was using them as a mouthpiece. They were all just pawns in a game of incentives, the mask bargaining and threatening until it got its way, and the site commanders refused to give in to its little game. SCP-035 would not reward their bravery. Soon enough, the entire cell was saturated in the dark liquid from floor to ceiling. Personnel needed to enter the room decked out in full reinforced hazmat suits if they wanted to survive even a small excursion. It had terraformed the cell into its own little slice of perdition, a horrifying concentration of dark power where the sadistic whims of the possessive mask reigned supreme. and its methods were about to get even more dangerous and extreme. Incidents with 035 became an almost daily occurrence as it exercised its power over the cell. There were incidents where it telekinetically locked the door, trapping researchers or cleaning personnel inside to be its psychic playthings. Appendages started forming out of the corrosive fluid puddles, reaching out and trying to claim the people trapped in the room. At this point, electronic devices stopped working inside the room, including light sources, meaning that the only way to navigate the darkened room was by gas lamp or candlelight. Any attempts to clean the excretions have become completely fruitless as the room degrades further and further, leaving the site commanders to ponder their next moves. In all likelihood, they would need to remove 035 from its current cell and transport it elsewhere. And who knows what nasty little tricks it would have up its sleeve for then. The mysteries and cruelties of the Possessive Mask aren't likely to stop fascinating and frightening the SCP Foundation and the rest of us anytime soon. Behind the alternating grin and frown of its porcelain face, it's concocting plans that you or I could scarcely even comprehend. It is old, it is patient, and above all, it is monstrous. And the effect it has on everyone around it is a frightening reminder that the power dynamics here might not be in favor of the Foundation this time. In other words, it's not trapped in here with us. We're trapped in here with it.
The guerrilla soldiers fire their rifles blindly into the jungle. They don't know what exactly they're shooting at, but something is out there among the trees, something they can't see, something that's killing them. One of the young soldiers, barely more than a boy, stops to reload. As he pulls the magazine from his rifle, a blur passes by. The soldier next to him suddenly drops to his knees, clutching his neck, blood pouring out between his fingers. A hand grasps the boy's shoulder, and he spins around, nearly opening fire on his commander. The older man tells him they've got to go, and the boy joins a small group of soldiers who start running through the jungle, trying to get away from whatever this thing is. As they run, there's another flash of movement, and one of the soldiers is pulled into the trees. He can hear his screams mixed with the otherworldly shrieks, but there's nothing they can do. It's already too late for him. Another soldier disappears into the trees with a blur. It's just him and the commander now. They emerge from the jungle into a clearing that contains a small abandoned farm. The commander motions for them to head towards the old farmhouse, and the two take cover around the corner of the home. They crouch with their guns ready, peeking around the corner, looking for any sign of the monster that's killed so many of their comrades. The boy wants to know what they should do. He opens his mouth to ask the commander, but he puts a finger to his lips and motions for the boy to keep watching. The boy peeks around the corner of the house, but he doesn't see anything emerging from the tree line. It's quiet, until the commander begins to scream. The boy turns to see a point forming on his chest. It's a black circle. No, not black, something darker. It's like it is the absence of any and all light. The commander screams louder as the point of darkness grows. The commander's screams fade out, even as it looks like he continues to yell. The boy watches as the commander seems to be collapsing in, sucked into the dark orb in his chest. The commander's body folds in on itself, growing smaller and smaller, until it disappears completely into the black hole, which vanishes along with him. The boy doesn't know what he just saw, but he doesn't have time to think, because emerging from the forest is the creature. The boy has never seen anything like it, and runs into the farmhouse. He locks the door and pushes the old kitchen table in front of it, trying to barricade it as best he can. He looks around and spots a bed against the wall. It's the best hiding spot he can find, so he runs and slides under the bed, pulling himself as close to the wall as he can. The boy watches and waits, unsure of what he should do. It's quiet. There's no more screaming of soldiers being killed or any more of those guttural animal-like squeals. Maybe it decided to go back to wherever it came from. The boy doesn't dare come out from under the bed, though. As he watches the door, waiting for something to burst through, he sees something else. Another of those black points appears in the middle of the room. It looks like it bends the light around it, distorting the room nearby. The boy watches from under the bed as out of the point, a thin black limb emerges. First one, then another. He can see its strange pointed legs with no feet standing just in front of the bed now. With a high-pitched cry, the creature effortlessly tosses the bed aside. The boy is left exposed, cowering against the wall. The creature screams, opening its wide mouth that seems to split its eyeless face in two, revealing 2 rows of jagged teeth. The boy screams back, crying in fear, and sees that the creature isn't eyeless after all. Inside its grotesque mouth, a milky blue ball appears. There's no iris, but the boy knows whatever this thing is, it's looking at him. The boy feels his chest grow tight. He looks down to see that one of the black points is forming on his chest. He can feel himself being squeezed and crushed, pulled down into this singular point. All noises, including his screams, disappear as he is pulled into this soundless void. But then he hears something again. He looks up to see that the creature is being riddled with bullets. It turns to escape and bursts through the wall of the farmhouse. The dark orb on the boy vanishes, and he sees, standing in the doorway, his friend and savior. He clutches his bleeding throat with one hand, holding his rifle in the other. The boy rushes to him as he collapses to the floor. Blood is pouring out of his neck, and he can no longer speak. But he dies knowing he saved his young friend. The boy starts to feel very tired, and he sits down next to his dead hero. He's all alone now, his entire group of freedom fighters now wiped out by this demon. The boy feels nauseous and dizzy. He coughs into his hand and looks down to see that it's covered in his own blood. A group of boys run down a jungle path, laughing and playing, when they suddenly stop and grow quiet. There's something up ahead of them. It's a man lying on the side of the road. The boys look scared, unsure if they should check it out. But then the smallest of all of them emerges from the group and bravely marches up to the man. Not wanting to let the youngest of their friends make them look like cowards, the rest of the boys soon follow. The man on the side of the road is moaning and looks to be in pain. As they get closer, they can see that he must have been in a terrible accident. His skin is gray, and it looks like his long, thin arms only have 3 fingers. What should they do? The small boy picks up a stick and reaches out with it to poke the man, not wanting to touch him with his own hands. But before he can, the man rolls over, opening his mouth with a horrible shriek to reveal the glassy blue eye inside as the boys turn and run, hands over their ears. Several weeks later, the small Guatemalan town holds a meeting. The crowd of people in the room are angrily yelling at the mayor, who stands at a podium, demanding answers from him about what happened to their dead or missing loved ones. A series of photos are hung on the wall behind the mayor in remembrance of those who have disappeared into the forest or mysteriously died from a rapid illness, including the brave young boy. One man shouts at the mayor, wanting to know where his daughter was. Another asks how her healthy husband could drop dead from an illness after being perfectly healthy only days before. The mayor tries to calm the frustrated townspeople, telling them that he knows there have been rumors of a demon out in the forest, but that's all they are, rumors. The mayor warns them, though, that something is out there, though he doesn't know what. There is an animal or man that is making people sick. It may also be hunting people. Neither he nor the police know exactly what is going on. But there is good news. A group of men have come to help them. The mayor points towards a stern-looking man in a military uniform who is standing with a small group of other soldiers and a scientist off to the side of the stage. The mayor explains that this man, General Machoy, is from America, and that he's going to help them. The crowd doesn't cheer in the way that the mayor seems to have expected, but they at least stop their yelling as the general steps to the podium and thanks the mayor for the introduction. The general looks over the crowd who are waiting and hungry for answers about the monster that's suddenly begun plaguing their town. He tells them that it is true that he's been sent here by the US government in order to investigate what's been happening and stop whatever threat is out there in the jungle by any means necessary. He can't promise that he'll be able to bring back any of their missing loved ones, but he can at least prevent whatever this is from taking any more. He then gestures to the rest of his group and tells the crowd that the men he has brought with him have been specially trained to deal with this exact type of situation, and that they don't need to worry any longer. The only thing everyone needs to do is stay out of their way, and all will be taken care of. With that, he walks off the stage as the crowd erupts into more shouting. General Machoy stops at the scientists waiting next to the stage. "Well, Dr. Ketter, what do you think?" The scientist adjusts his glasses and answers, "This is what we've been preparing for. The overseers kept telling us this day would come. It looks like it finally has." The group of soldiers led by General Machoy make their way through the dense forest. Dr. Ketter is just ahead of them, using a Geiger counter to follow the creature, the audible clicks of the radioactive entity telling him which way it came. They track the source of the radiation to a clearing in the jungle where a small village once stood. Most of the buildings are overgrown with plants and thick vines, but with it growing dark, this seems as safe a place as they will find to make their camp for the night. The soldiers fan out to search what's left of the town, as Dr. Ketter continues looking around for where the radioactive trail might lead them next. As General Machoy is checking out one of the many dark old buildings, one of the older soldiers cries out, "Hey General, it looks like this generator still works." With the sound of an old diesel motor coming to life, lights in the village suddenly flicker on. They now have fortifications and light. Though he'd never admit it, General Machoy was feeling nervous about spending the night in the jungle. But now at least some of those nerves were being washed away by the old flickering yellow lights. Later that night, the general is questioning Dr. Ketter on where the creature went. Dr. Ketter is confused, though. His readings showed high traces of radiation leading into this village. The creature came here, he was sure of it, but now he can't figure out where it went. It's as if it came into the village and then simply vanished. Outside, one of the soldiers on watch tells the rest of the group who are sitting around a fire to shut up, that he thinks he saw something in the woods. Everyone immediately springs into action, taking defensive positions and aiming their rifles into the dark tree line. "There it is again," he says, as a flash of darkness moves just beyond the clearing. "No, it's over here," says another soldier on the opposite side. How could the creature be moving so fast around them? Are there multiple of whatever this is out there? The soldiers form a circle to make sure that the thing can't get behind them. What they can't see is the point of darkness forming behind all of their backs, and the thin, pointed legs stepping out of it. The general's radio comes to life. "I think we've got something out here, But his message is cut off by screams and the sound of gunfire. General Machoy tells Dr. Ketter to stay inside and runs out of the building, where he finally gets a glimpse of the demon that they've been tracking. The tall, thin creature is massacring his squad. It dashes between them at an inhuman speed, using its three-fingered hands to rip the limbs off of some soldiers and slash at others with its razor-sharp claws, opening up their necks or disemboweling them before moving on to the next. The general fires his rifle at the creature and misses, but it's enough to get it to retreat. General Machoy runs back inside the building where Dr. Ketter is waiting. "What was it? What did you see out there?" The general doesn't know how to begin describing the monster that just killed all of his men. It's like nothing he's ever seen before, and something that no amount of training could prepare him for. As the two men ponder what to do next, the Geiger counter on the table suddenly starts to click, softly at first, but then more and more, as if a huge amount of radiation has suddenly flooded the room. The general grabs the doctor and drags him out, leaping out of the building just before it collapses in on itself, disappearing into the micro-singularity that formed inside. The two men look up to see it standing right in front of them, its huge mouth open to reveal its glassy blue eye. "Look out!" Dr. Ketter cries, but he isn't talking about the demon as he and the general roll to the side, just avoiding the power line that has been cut loose by the destroyed building. The power line hits the ground and immediately begins to spark, sending out bright pulses of white electrical light. The creature cries out with a gut-wrenching scream and collapses to the ground, huddling up into a ball as it tries to cover up its mouth with its thin arms. "Is it the electricity?" the general asks, confused about what suddenly stopped the killer's rampage. But Dr. Ketter realizes it isn't the sparking power line that the creature has been immobilized by, it's the flashing lights. The general doesn't wait for his answer, though, and fires the weighted net from his gun, trapping the howling creature. Dr. Ketter examines the creature at the Field Research Center that has been set up several miles from the village. A strobe light has been affixed to the inside of the creature's cage, but even when the doctor turns the light off, the grayish-brown skinned entity still remains curled up in a ball on the floor. The doctor wonders if perhaps the creature is hungry, but it shows no interest in any of the various meats, fruits, and vegetables they've presented to it. The doctor stands in the doorway of the tent that has been set up to house the creature's cage and gives an update to General Machoy, who is anxious to get the creature moved to the United States and a more secure containment environment. Dr. Ketter stresses that he fears the journey might kill this creature, though, and put an end to the incredible research and testing they can perform on this amazing living specimen. The general turns to leave, but stops to salute the body of one of his soldiers being carried by on a stretcher. Dr. Ketter himself turns to go back to his research when he notices something. The creature's mouth is ever so slightly open. Dr. Ketter has yet another idea. That night, Dr. Ketter enters the temporary morgue and takes a severed arm from one of the dead soldiers. Back in the research tent, he presents the arm to the creature, sliding it through the cage bars. The creature doesn't react, but Dr. Ketter continues to watch and wait. After a time, the creature finally stirs. It's the first time he has seen it move since it was captured. The creature reaches out with its long three-fingered hand and grabs the arm before starting to feed on it. "You like that, don't you?" Dr. Ketter asks, and, bizarrely, the creature seems to respond, giving an almost baby-like coo. "There's lots more of that if you behave. All I want is to study you, learn how you work." The creature continues to feed, starting to crunch on the bones now that all of the meat is gone. "Yes, I believe you'll be good," the doctor says as he approaches the cage. "You're going to make me world famous. Soon, everyone will know the name Herman Ketter." The creature's hand shoots out from between the bars so quickly he never even saw it. Dr. Ketter starts to scream as it grasps and claws at him. A soldier standing guard outside runs in, but a black point of light immediately appears on his torso, causing him to fold in on himself into the singularity. The creature drops the bloody Dr. Ketter to the floor, who reaches for the emergency strobe light activation button as another singularity opens up inside of the cage. The creature appears to willfully step into it before emerging out of another just outside of the bars. More soldiers rush into the tent in time to see the creature feeding on the still-living Dr. Ketter. One presses the button to activate the high-powered strobe lights, which cause the creature to start screaming and thrashing about, trying to escape the flashing lights. Multiple nets are fired onto the creature, pinning it to the ground as its screams slowly fade back to whimpers. On Overseer orders, the creature is moved to ADRX-19, a secure base located somewhere in North America. The site's director gives a presentation to a group and explains that thanks to the work of the late Dr. Ketter, they now know that the creature exhibits signs of fear and sickness when in the presence of strobing lights, and that it is unable to produce the microsingularities that it uses for defense and teleportation when it is in this sickened state. When healthy, though, the creature is extremely dangerous thanks to its superhuman speed, strength, and cunning. It was also discovered that it is unable to teleport through lead, which its new containment cell has been lined with, and extreme security procedures have been implemented, including the installation of a reinforced steel blast door and constant patrols of the outside of the cell by armed guards who are equipped with high-powered strobe lights. The site director leaves the room and the overseers discuss the fate of the creature, which has been given the designation number 86243AR-001, though most have taken to calling it simply 001. One of the overseers argues that the creature must be secured and contained in order to protect humanity. Who knows how many more of these might be out there? They now know that the rumors of these types of entities aren't merely isolated events, and that there could be countless more of these anomalies, hundreds, maybe even thousands. The rest of the overseers unanimously agree. One of them picks up the report that was left behind by the site director. Redact this report immediately and start a new document archive. This is only the prototype. I have the feeling there will be many more of these.
Another day, another disastrous pitch meeting. The animator lets out a heavy sigh as he unlocks the door to his house, all but tossing his bag to the ground when he enters the living room. He takes off his coat and leaves it where it fell, kicks off his shoes, and doesn't stop moving until he enters his bedroom. With all of the frustrated energy he has accumulated throughout this extremely tiresome day, he throws himself onto his bed with a groan. He grabs the closest pillow, shoves his face into it, and lets out a long, loud scream of disappointment. The day started off promising enough, with a meeting he was lucky to get. But as soon as the producers started checking his phone 5 minutes in, he knew the whole pursuit was doomed. He prepped meticulously, concept art, a binder full of episode pitches, and a flashy presentation to really showcase the, show. But after all that work, the producer, who barely gave him a single look the entire time, said that no one is looking to buy original shows right now. Remakes and existing intellectual property are really what the market is suited for at the moment. So he was sent back home with nothing but wounded pride and wasted time to show for all that hard work. If it was the only one this month, he might not feel so despondent. But the fact is, this was only the latest in a long series of letdowns. Even with previous successes under his belt and a stint on a successful show, no one is buying what he's selling. So what now? What's next? Tear the whole thing up and start over again? Order a pizza and stay in bed all weekend? Maybe he should go for a walk and clear his head. No, none of that sounds quite right. There's only one thing to do when his mood gets this bad. Sit down at the drafting table and get back to drawing. It's the only way to clear his head, leave it all on the page, and get a clean start tomorrow. Whatever else happens, he's always got his art, even if no one's buying it right now. He drags himself out of bed, orders that pizza for later, and slumps into his seat, waiting for inspiration to strike. He caps and uncaps his pen over and over again, but nothing comes to mind. With a heavy sigh, he draws a circle. That's something, at least. Could be a head, maybe? He adds a line stretching down to form a body. 2 more strokes of the pen to make arms, and 2 longer strokes to make a pair of legs. There, a little faceless stick man. He scribbles a quick pair of eyes, but stops short of a mouth. He feels so voiceless right now, shouting into an industry determined to keep its ears plugged. Maybe this little stick figure is like him in that way. If the stick figure is him, then it's probably just as plagued with doubts as he is. So why not draw those doubts too? He grabs a black pen, scribbling in swathes of darkness all throughout the background. Some of them naturally take shape as he goes. A swarm of ravens delivering portents of doom, black cats weaving between the stick figure's legs. Some of the shapes are just black blobs with glowering red eyes. Others are phantom-like wisps. In the very back, looming over all of it, the animator sketches out a hulking reptilian figure, jaws open wide to expose its sharp, eager teeth. As he sits back and takes a look at his handiwork, the animator feels a pang of guilt over depriving the little stick man of self-expression. As one more touch, he adds a speech bubble next to the stick figure's head and scrawls the words, "Get me out of here." Just then, the doorbell rings. Oh, pizza's here. As his mind turns from artistic pursuits to the hungry growl in his stomach, he abandons the stick figure and all of his shadowy tormentors. He can always come back to it later. For now, he feels a sense of relief. The dark clouds have cleared from his mind, transferred onto the page. Next time he sits down, he'll be able to come up with something great. He just knows it. But for now, pizza and a bit of trashy reality television. After demolishing half of the pizza and a few episodes of some new wilderness survival competition show he's already forgotten the name of, the animator changes into his pajamas, brushes his teeth, and collapses back into bed. Everything will feel better in the morning. It always does. Or at least, it does most of the time. After a moment, he sinks into a deep, dreamless sleep. But rather than waking up to the chiming of his alarm clock, the animator wakes after only a few hours to the unmistakable feeling of being watched. He forces his heavy eyelids open, scanning the room as his heart races with the dread he can't put into words. There's no one in here. Nothing unusual except... Is that his stick figure drawing? It's leaning against the wall now. He left it flat on the table, right? As he squints at it in the darkness, he notices something strange. He can see the stick figure, but not the shadowy figures around it. The speech bubble is gone too. Wait, there's no paper? It's just his stick figure, standing, against the wall, as if it had been peeled off of the page and stuck there. Worrying it could be some kind of sleep paralysis, the man wiggles his toes and clenches his fists. He can move just fine, he's definitely awake. So, what's happening here? He's about to give up and try to go back to sleep, when the stick figure takes a step toward him, then another. As the animator watches in wide-eyed disbelief, the stick figure walks across the desk, coming to a stop at the very edge. The man flicks his lamp on, blinking as his eyes adjust to the sudden light. There's no denying it. The stick figure is standing there, staring at him with its wide, hand-drawn eyes. Suddenly, words appear next to the figure, identical in handwriting and color to the words he wrote in the speech bubble. "Hello? Where am I?" The man blinks for a moment, trying to process it. After a moment, he answers, You're in my room." "Why?" "Honestly, I don't really know." He shakes his head, rubbing at his eyes. When he opens them, there's new text waiting for him. "Where did I come from? Do you know? Is this really happening? This all feels completely insane." But those eyes are staring at him expectantly, and he feels like he needs to answer. I drew you on that paper back there." "You created me? Are you God?" The animator bursts out laughing at this. It's all just too absurd, too insane. "I'm definitely not God. I don't know what I am. Listen, I'm exhausted. I'm gonna try to get some sleep." "Oh, okay. Please don't let me stop you. I'll be here, I think. I don't really know how this all works." "Yeah. Good night." The animator switches off the lamp, rolls over, and after a bit of a struggle, manages to fall asleep again. Maybe this was all some really lucid dream, and when he wakes up in the morning, the stick figure will be back on the page where it belongs. The screech of the alarm jolts him from his slumber, and he reaches out to hit the snooze button. As he opens his eyes, he takes in the sight of the room, bathed in the fresh light of day. The previous night was bizarre, but it's all over now. Everything is back to normal. Wait. No, The stick figure is gone from the desk, but it isn't on the page either. In fact, the entire piece of paper, which once held yesterday's drawings, is blank. If it isn't here, then where the hell is it? He rushes downstairs, scanning the entire house for the sight of the stick figure. He spots it, standing on the kitchen counter, looking intently at the magnets on the refrigerator. When it sees him, it begins to speak again. Well, to manifest words next to its head. "Oh, there you are. I'm so glad you're back. I have so many questions. What am I? Why am I here? Oh, and what are these horrible voices? They keep saying the most terrifying things to me." The stick figure never gets an answer, as the shock of the encounter makes the animator's knees collapse. He slumps to the floor, completely overwhelmed. When he comes back to his senses, he makes a call to a local psychiatrist. Whatever's gone wrong with his brain, he's intent on fixing it. What this poor, troubled animator doesn't realize is that he is perfectly sane. He's just sharing his home with SCP-3052. SCP-3052 is a designation given to two separate entities, SCP-3052-1 and SCP-3052-2. SCP-3052-1 is a humanoid entity that best resembles a hand-drawn, and somewhat poorly drawn at that, copper-colored stick figure. There are two circular holes drawn in the entity's head, which appear to function as its eyes. Though SCP-3052-1 is believed to be two-dimensional, anyone facing the entity seems to perceive it as facing them directly, regardless of the angle or direction it is viewed from. Due to this effect, the exact dimensions of the entity have not yet been determined. The entity has been X-rayed, allowing for a better understanding of its physiology, and it has been found to lack both a skeletal structure and any organs. After this revelation, some samples were taken from SCP-3052-1's body and analyzed. These samples were found to consist of a mixture of spray paint, acrylic paint, and, strangely enough, human blood. Though SCP-3052-1 has no visible hands, its arms ending in flat pencil strokes like most stick figures do, it has proven itself capable of picking up, holding, and moving objects as if it did have hands. The figure has not shown or expressed a need for food or water. Even if it did, it is uncertain where that food or water would go, as the figure has no mouth that can be seen. As the lack of mouth might imply, the entity is not capable of speech or any other vocalizations. However, it is able to effectively communicate via words that manifest visually near its head and linger there for approximately 7 to 10 seconds at a time. These words are made up of the same substances as SCP-3052-1's body, and like the entity's body, they will face a viewer directly, no matter what angle they are viewed from. SCP-3052-1 is sparing in its communication, but has displayed a large vocabulary and intelligence on par with an average human adult. During its communications, the entity expressed that it was struggling with mental illnesses, including depression, anxiety, and mild schizophrenia. An initial intake session with the on-site psychologist confirmed these self-diagnoses and kickstarted SCP-3052-1's weekly therapy sessions. The anomalous effects of SCP-3052-1 extend beyond the obvious. It is a living stick figure, yes, but there is more to the story than that. Whenever the entity is photographed or recorded on video, additional subjects can be seen in the resulting photo or video footage. These subjects, which cannot be seen in person with the naked eye, are designated SCP-3052-2. These instances are black entities with vivid red eyes, composed in a similar hand-drawn manner to SCP-3052-1. The entities are often shapeless, appearing like a blob or shadow with red eyes, but they do occasionally take on the shapes of various animals, such as crows, cats, and a large unidentified reptile. These instances communicate in the same manner as SCP-3052-1, though their letters are black as opposed to copper. These instances do not attempt to communicate with anyone other than SCP-3052-1, and the communications are not exactly friendly. SCP-3052-2 has a habit of harassing, threatening, and otherwise verbally abusing SCP-3052-1. It tends to claim that the Foundation is planning to terminate SCP-3052-1, though there are, as far as I can tell, no Foundation plans for its termination. SCP-3052-1 rarely responds aside from a nod, but will occasionally voice agreement with SCP-3052-2. The SCP Foundation first discovered SCP-3052-1 on June 19th of a redacted year, when it was living in the home of an anonymous digital animator. The animator, thought to be the creator of SCP-3052-1, was found in his bedroom, where he had perished due to complications from his antipsychotic medication. Oddly enough, blood samples from the deceased animator did not match the blood found in the samples of SCP-3052-1's body. The origin of that blood is still unknown, and no DNA matches have been found so far. Due to its regular cooperation and compliance with the Foundation and its research, SCP-3052-1 has been given the ability to request items and amenities to boost its morale. All of the requests have been officially logged in its file. First, the entity asked for a blank journal and a pen, which it was given. Since then, the entity journals every day and shares its entries with the psychologist during their sessions. Next, it requested a television, a DVD player, and a selection of various DVDs. Most of these were animated comedies, though a wide variety of other genres were also represented. Wanting to spruce up its containment chamber, the entity requested a potted houseplant next. The request was granted, but there was an oversight. The entity had no way to water the plant. The plant quickly expired, plunging SCP-3052-1 into a guilt-ridden depressive episode. As a therapeutic measure, the entity was given a new houseplant and a watering can. This time, it was able to keep the plant alive, vastly improving its mood. So far, SCP-3052-1 has not requested anything else, but the ability to do so is still on the table. All of SCP-3052-1's conversations with its psychologist are taped, but most of the footage is kept private. Doctor-patient confidentiality still applies to living stick figures, as it turns out. There is one excerpt from a session that has been archived in the official file, however, which can offer a window into the entity's usual therapeutic process. The psychologist's identity has been redacted from the file, so for our purposes, I will simply refer to them as Dr. X. Dr. X began the session with a standard greeting. "How are you today?" SCP-3052-1 shrugged. "Kind of tired." Dr. X made a note of this, then continued. "Have you been having trouble sleeping?" SCP-3052-1 nodded. "I keep having the dreams." Dr. X made another note. "Yes, you've told me about them. Have you written them down as I advised?" SCP-3052-1 shook its head. "I keep forgetting, sorry." Dr. X's expression was sympathetic, their tone of voice calm. "There's no need to apologize, it's completely optional. Still, it might help. Do you still hear the voices?" "All the time." "Do they sound like anyone you know?" Dr. X asked. Again, SCP-3052-1 shrugged. "I don't know a lot of people." "What sort of things do they say?" There was a long pause, during which SCP-3052-1 did not respond. Dr. X filled the silence. "If you don't feel comfortable discussing it, that's..." SCP-3052-1 cut them off, saying, "They say you're going to kill me." "Who is going to kill you?" "I'm not sure. Whoever works here, I guess." Dr. X made several notes, then spoke again. "Do you believe we're going to kill you?" There was another long pause. Then the response appeared next to SCP-3052-1's head. "I don't know." "Do you feel like you're in danger staying here?" "Sometimes." "I see. Have you been experiencing any visual hallucinations?" "Like seeing things?" "Precisely." SCP-3052-1 shook its head. "Not really, no." "Nothing unusual or strange?" "I don't think so." "I see." Dr. X made one more note. "Is there anything else you'd like to discuss?" After a moment, SCP-3052-1 said, "My watering can's almost empty." Dr. X nodded. "I'll let someone know." Following this session, Dr. X concluded that SCP-3052-1 is likely unable to see instances of SCP-3052-2 and perceives them as disembodied voices. If you are concerned about the watering can and the well-being of the plant, the can was refilled after the session. A little while later, SCP-3052-1 was seen watering the plant, which is currently thriving. There is one more addendum to the official file for SCP-3052 that I found to be notable. It is a transcript of a video that captured a conversation between SCP-3052-1 and SCP-3052-2. SCP-3052-1 was sitting at its desk in its containment chamber, staring at the wall of its cell. After about 45 seconds of inactivity, an instance of SCP-3052-2, in the shape of an unidentified large reptile, skulked into frame from the left. It stopped about 15 centimeters away from SCP-3052-1, who did not turn to look at it. It did, however, acknowledge its presence when the reptile began to speak. Just as the stick figure had described in its therapy session, the reptile warned of impending doom. "They're going to kill you, you know." The figure responded simply, "I know." "What are you going to do about it?" "I don't know." "You might as well just let them. You'd be doing the world an enormous favor." SCP-3052-1 shrugged. "Yeah, probably." When SCP-3052-2 spoke again, the words appeared in rapid succession, as if the reptile was delivering an impassioned speech. "It's your fault that you're in here. If you had just kept your mouth shut and not asked him any damn questions, this wouldn't be happening. Where am I? What are these voices? Are you God? There is no God, idiot. He's dead, remember? He's dead and you killed him. Just like that. All because you opened your stupid mouth. Now you're going to hell, and it's all your fault." After this, the entity sat in silence for about 20 seconds. After a moment, SCP-3052-2 broke the silence. "I'm going away now. I can't stand looking at you." Then SCP-3052-2 slowly moved out of frame, leaving the stick figure alone with its thoughts. SCP-3052-1 is currently kept in a standard humanoid containment chamber. The entity's containment is monitored constantly via video surveillance, which is manned by staff with Level 2 clearance or higher. SCP-3052-1 is granted one session per week with the on-site psychologist for the sake of maintaining its mental health. These sessions are also monitored via video surveillance by Level 2 staff or higher. Should the entity make any official requests, these must be directed to and approved by a staff member of Level 4 or higher. Speaking of requests, there have been proposals by members of the research team requesting experiments that would involve showing SCP-3052-1 recordings of SCP-3052-2 instances. These requests are currently pending approval. When SCP-3052-1 was caught on video being tormented by SCP-3052-2, the reptile spoke to the stick figure of God. I may be out of line here, this is just a hypothesis, but I believe it was possibly referring to that deceased animator, the one found in the same house where SCP-3052-1 was first discovered. If he did, in fact, create SCP-3052-1, and by extension, SCP-3052-2, then it would only make sense for his creations to view him as their god. Perhaps the appearance of SCP-3052-1 took a toll on the man's sanity, driving him to the edge until it cost him his life. Perhaps SCP-3052-2 is not a separate entity at all, but rather the manifestation of SCP-3052-1's guilty conscience. If that is the case, then it is entirely possible that continued therapy sessions will eradicate SCP-3052-2 altogether. Of course, I could be wrong. It's happened before. But the idea that SCP-3052-1 could eventually find some peace, a sense of safety and freedom from the guilt that follows it like a shadow, is an enticingly comforting one. After all, if even a two-dimensional living stick figure can heal from its trauma, cast off the yoke of shame and fear around its neck, and live a happier life, maybe there's hope for us all with our three-dimensional troubles. Or maybe not. But isn't it a nice thought just the same?
A young man is in the middle of one of his regular night jogs through the park. He loves running through this park at night. It's dark, the air is cool, and the sounds of the city that surround the park disappear, offering peace, quiet, and a small reprieve from the busy world. He jogs along a path that winds through the park and starts upon a section that is surrounded on both sides by tall trees. He follows the path around a sharp bend and is stopped in his tracks. Standing there, in the middle of the track, is a figure. It has its back to him and isn't moving. He's tall and so uniformly black that he almost disappears into the night. Whoever or whatever this is, he's scared of it. But the creature doesn't move, and neither does he. He's frozen, unsure of what to do, when the creature suddenly turns his head towards him, revealing a pair of bright, glowing eyes. The runner is so terrified he can't even scream. He falls and crawls backwards in the dirt, trying to get away from the creature. The creature turns its body towards him and begins stepping forward. The runner scrambles to his feet and runs. He's sprinting as hard and as fast as he can, adrenaline pumping, heart pounding, trying to put as much distance as he can between himself and that thing. His muscles burn, his lungs ache, but he can't stop. Finally, he's back at his house. He bursts through the door, locking and bolting it behind him. His girlfriend is reading on the couch and doesn't understand what's going on. After struggling to catch his breath, he tries to explain what he saw on the path, but his girlfriend just laughs. A giant man with glowing eyes? He was just seeing things in the dark. It was probably a dog, nothing that would justify the panic he was now in. The next day, he's left wondering if he really was mistaken. Those piercing, glowing eyes are burned into his mind, though. Maybe his girlfriend was right, and it really was just a dog. Yes, that must be it. His mind was just playing tricks on him in the dark. Even so, he's going to stick to running inside, at least for a little while. But he soon finds that he's having a hard time. He notices that he's running out of breath much quicker than normal. Is he coming down with something? He doesn't feel sick, but then why is he suddenly so weak? 2 weeks have passed since he saw something in the park. No one he brought it up to, not his friends, not his co-workers, have ever heard of such a thing, and no one seemed like they believed him either. At this point, he is feeling sure that he really did imagine it, but he can't get that image of whatever it was out of his head. He can't keep running on a treadmill forever, though. He misses his night runs. It's time to get over his fear. He's running through the park again, enjoying the silence and the light breeze on his skin. He continues down the path, acutely aware that he's getting closer and closer to the spot where he saw that thing before. He can't stop, though. He has to prove to everyone that he's not afraid. He has to prove it to himself. He reaches the part of the path that runs through the tall trees. Just like before, the sounds of the city melt away, the only sound coming from his steady, heavy breathing. He follows the winding path and feels his heart starting to race, but he has to keep going. He rounds the same corner, and nothing is there. He slows to a stop. Of course nothing is here. Nothing ever was. He really did imagine it. Or did he? Buongiorno. Today's file comes from the Italian branch of the SCP Foundation, SCP-015-IT, also known as The Boogeyman. SCP-015-IT is a humanoid entity that stands just under 2 meters tall. Its body is devoid of any hair, and its dark, black skin absorbs 98% of all light, making it virtually invisible in low light. Its head lacks a nose or ears, but these missing features are hardly noticed, because if you see 015-IT, its eyes are what demand all of your attention. While the Boogeyman's skin is completely black, its eyes contain light-producing organs on the irises, causing them to glow in the dark, like a deep-sea predator. Its mouth contains 8 pointed teeth on both the upper and lower jaws, and a long 28-centimeter forked tongue. The 2 tips of its tongue each have a hollow needle-like organ that leads straight into its esophagus. More on what it does with that specialized biological feature soon. Physically, SCP-015-IT is rather slight, but it is surprisingly strong and easily able to overpower an adult human. Its skinny arms are much longer than an average human's, and each of its 4 fingers ends in a razor-sharp claw. It has also been shown to be quite resistant to physical injuries and possesses the ability to heal wounds and damage to internal organs at a hyper-accelerated rate. SCP-015-IT is primarily active at night, which is unsurprising given its skin's natural camouflage in the dark. The Boogeyman hunts mammals, with humans being its preferred prey, but it does not feed on flesh. Instead, SCP-015-IT draws its sustenance from the adrenaline and noradrenaline produced by its quarry. Adrenaline and noradrenaline are chemicals the body produces to increase heart rate, blood flow, and provide more energy to the muscles in moments of stress, or in the case of SCP-015-IT, extreme fear. And it has developed a hunting method to cause this exact reaction in humans. 015-IT will usually hide in dark spots, trying to keep out of sight as much as possible as it stalks its next victim. If it has been able to remain unseen, it will wait for a moment when its prey has become distracted, so it can silently approach them. Once close enough, It will leap towards its unaware victim, grab them, and quickly bite them on the side of the torso, near where the adrenal gland is located. It uses its large teeth to anchor its mouth in place, as it uses the needles on its forked tongue to probe into their body. With one needle, it pierces directly into the adrenal gland and begins draining the blood that is now rich with fear-induced adrenaline. At the exact same time, the other needle releases a mild sedative, allowing 015-IT to feed and then depart without risk, as the victim remains immobile. Another anomalous effect occurs when someone is unlucky enough to actually see the boogeyman. Roughly 2 weeks after observing the creature, the person who saw it will begin experiencing various detrimental mental effects, including hallucinations and panic attacks. Some will also begin to experience physical issues, most often damage to the cardiovascular system. It is unknown why exactly these mental and physical effects occur, but it is theorized that SCP-015-IT may use it as a way to weaken certain prey that it considers too strong or potentially dangerous. In 2011, the boogeyman was actually contained, but not by the SCP Foundation. The Brotherhood of St. George's Knights is a secret order in the Catholic Church that was created by the Pope in the year 453 to either contain or eliminate all anomalies, and it was this group that first captured SCP-015-IT, which they designated as Dia 212, in line with their own classification system. While it was in their containment, they made a number of discoveries about the creature that they labeled as a shadow demon. First, they found that while it feeds on the fear of its victims by ingesting their blood, it doesn't actually require this to survive. Dia 212, as they call it, is an unstable entity, and feeding allows it to maintain its physical shape in our reality. In addition to its impressive physical strength, the boogeyman is also quite intelligent, as seen by its ability to successfully hunt, attack, and escape from humans. Strangely, it also appears to be resistant to weapons which have been blessed, causing only a fraction of the physical damage that they should when compared to a similar, non-holy version. During the course of research into the creature, Father Ilardi, a member of the Brotherhood of St. George's Knights, wrote that despite the creature being repugnant beyond every limit, he believed that it had a gentle soul, and that its screams are similar to a pained cry. He postulated that SCP-015-IT may have even once been a human before some dark force transformed it into the monster that it had become. He decided that it was his mission to find a way to communicate with the creature, and one day bring it back into the light and love of his god. Father Ilardi was making good progress with the creature, and it seemed like it was even growing fond of him and his disciples. But his advances were halted when they were attacked by a group of soldiers from the Fascist Council of the Occult, a terrorist group that seeks to use anomalies as weapons in their quest to disrupt the social order. In the attack, several of the Brotherhood were killed, and in the commotion, SCP-015-IT escaped. Following this, reports soon began to come from the province of Caserta that described what sounded like vampire attacks. A mobile task force was sent to the area, and while 015-IT was initially able to make use of its various physical abilities to evade and escape capture, it was eventually shot with a transmitter that allowed it to be tracked. The Italian mobile task force was able to surround the creature, but fearing being contained again, it responded with a level of violence that it had not been thought capable of. Several members of the task force were killed in the line of duty before the boogeyman could finally be subdued. Today, SCP-015-IT is contained at Site Vittoria in the Emilia-Romagna region of Italy. Since this anomaly is both sentient and highly unpredictable in its behavior, it has been classified as Euclid. It is kept in a standard humanoid entity containment cell and is monitored by video cameras and infrared sensors at all times. Due to the light-absorbing properties of its skin, its cell and the adjacent corridors are painted white and are to be kept well lit at all times. Twice a day, SCP-015-IT is given a normal domestic pig that it is allowed to feed on. Any personnel assigned to 015-IT duty must undergo a psychological assessment on a weekly basis, and, regardless of the results, must be cycled out after 3 months of exposure to the boogeyman.
You've seen his face before, probably during a particularly distressing bout of sleep paralysis. His appearance can vary a bit from manifestation to manifestation, but a few traits are always present. He resembles an elderly man. His touch corrodes everything in his path. His presence creates a disgusting, black, mucus-like substance thought to be a method of predigestion of his prey. And he is rotting. No matter his appearance, he is always in some stage of decomposition,
gray skin sloughing away from yellowed bone, eyes milky and flat, but brimming with malice, wide, toothless mouth stretched into a wicked grin. The entity is incredibly difficult to contain. Its corrosive properties and ability to vanish into solid matter and disappear into its pocket dimension layer make it a threat as unpredictable as it is dangerous. The smell of decay and the presence of visible corrosion on any surfaces nearby may be the only warning a person gets before the old man grabs them in his decomposing arms, dragging them off to a painful, terrifying demise. We know where the being disappears to and have learned a great deal about how he operates. But where did he come from? It is the year 2000. Dr. Robert Scranton and his wife, Dr. Anna Lang, are the head researchers at SCP Foundation Site 120. Over the course of their happy relationship, the two have been working on an experimental research project, an early prototype reality anchor device called the Lang-Scranton Stabilizer. After a lot of late nights at the office, working and reworking the theory, it is, at long last, ready for testing. Dr. Scranton is standing in Reality Lab A as Dr. Lang observes from a nearby room. He follows the same routine he has followed each time they tested the LSS, walking down a line of buttons and levers, pressing and flipping each into place. The little red blinking light signifies that the microphone is recording his every comment and observation. Suddenly, the routine is broken by a low rumbling sound from deep, deep within the earth. The ground beneath him begins to shake, and Dr. Scranton stumbles, losing his balance as the once solid floor begins to roil and quake as the seismic shift rolls through the site. He hears the unmistakable grind and splintering of metal and plastic as the LSS-2 begins to shake, components sliding out of place and breaking off. Nearby, Dr. Lang's monitor goes dark as the security feed is cut short by the earthquake's damage. "Robert!" she screams, making a break for the door and rushing to Reality Lab A, terrified that she will find her husband's body lying on the floor. When she and the guards reach the room, however, they find nothing. Well, not nothing entirely. The room is a wreck, bits of machinery strewn across the floor, the smell of burning plastic in the air. But the Lang-Scranton Scrambler's control panel and Dr. Robert Scranton are nowhere to be found. Dr. Lang falls to her knees in the suddenly empty room, pounding at the floor in despair. "Where did he go?" she demands, but of course, no one knows the answer. No one wants to say what they're thinking. Wherever he is, Dr. Scranton is probably dead. Probably long, long gone, and he is never coming back. But no one says it, not out loud. They just think it, and keep thinking it, for the next 5 years, 11 months, and 21 days. The time passes, and most everyone forgets about Dr. Robert Scranton. Everyone except for Dr. Anna Lang. She never gives up hope, never lets go of the possibility that somewhere, in another world, another time, on another planet, her love is still alive. One day she wakes up, and it's December 23rd, 2005. A day like any other, save for its uncomfortable proximity to the holidays she struggles to celebrate nowadays. But then, in the middle of the day, something impossible happens. The LSS control panel reappears in Reality Lab A. It isn't how anyone last saw it, though. It's coated in some sort of unidentified organic matter, and it reeks of blood, vomit, and decay. As her colleagues try to shield her from the sight, try to warn her away, Dr. Anna Lang wades into the area, desperate for a glimpse at any sign of her husband's fate. As she makes her way into the containment field, she is unable to contain her horror. "Oh God, what the hell? What is all this? This is the... Oh God, Robert? Is this you? Oh God, please, no, don't let it be you, Robert, I thought, how can this thing be?" Her colleagues try to stop her, but she touches the Lang-Scranton Stabilizer interface, and it fires to life. It still works. Somehow, it still works. She racks her brain for what to do next, before saying, "Access audio log, playback starting from January 2nd, 2000. The machine prompts her to verbally state her password, and her voice shakes as she replies, "Password is Anna Bobana." "Request acknowledged. Processing," the machine replies. "I'm sorry. There are no audio logs for January 2nd, 2000. Dr. Scranton accessed log on January 13th, 2000, via voice recognition at time." Anna slams her hands down on the machine with a cry. "Playback now! Damn it, play it back!" A researcher warns her not to touch any of the material with her bare hands, but she doesn't hear him. She is too busy, calling out to Robert, hoping that somehow, somewhere, he can hear her. "There's so much blood here, there's so much... Honey, are you okay?" Where did you go? Oh God, oh God, oh God. Something small and metallic clatters to the floor, lost in the sludge. She retrieves it, wipes it off on her lab coat, and holds it to the light. She would recognize it anywhere. She slipped it onto her true love's finger on the happiest day of her life. It's Robert's wedding ring. Her knees buckle at the realization. She collapses to the ground, and her head cracks against the floor. One of her colleagues snaps into action. Report, this is Dr. Matthew Skinner reporting from Site 120, Reality Lab A. I need medical attention here immediately. Once Dr. Lang recovers from her fall, she demands access to the rematerialized control panel. She's going to go through the audio logs one by one and find out exactly what happened to her husband, even if the truth is as ugly as she fears. The machine whirs to life, and her lost love's voice emanates from the speakers.
Name, Robert Scranton. Age, 39. Birthday, September 19th, 1961. Favorite color, blue. Favorite song, Living on a Prayer. Wife, Anna. She has green eyes.
I love her very much. He repeated these simple truths to himself for days before he even realized that the control panel was picking up his voice. My name is Robert Scranton. Yeah, my name is Robert Scranton, former researcher at Foundation Site 120. It has been... I don't know, actually. I can't remember. I estimate it's been 10 days, but I can't... Oh, God. Can anyone hear me? I don't know what's happened. I don't know where I am, and please, is anyone there? Hello? Anyone? Anyone? He began keeping track of how much time passed as best he could. 2 weeks, 3 days, 7 hours, and 58 minutes. Oh, Jesus. Back at the Foundation, with at least a tenuous knowledge of where Dr. Scranton could be, personnel try their best to stage some kind of rescue effort. A mobile task force team is ordered to attempt to replicate the experiment with a hastily assembled Lang-Scranton stabilizer copy. The result is an explosion that kills 3 of them. Senior researchers also approach SCP-343, a powerful reality warper known to some as God, hoping to get some insight from him about where Dr. Scranton could be found. His response is, "He's beyond any of us now. I'm truly, dreadfully sorry." Anna starts having nightmares. She twists and turns in bed, haunted by visions of her beloved Robert consumed by darkness. A strange specter starts to appear in her dreams, a man with a horrible, rotted face. She turns to her bedside table in the night, numbers blurry on the screen of her alarm clock. The photograph of herself and Robert that she keeps there. Something is wrong with him, wrong with his face. Is it that same awful, rotted man? She screams and closes her eyes. When she opens them, the photo is normal again. She weeps into her pillow. It can't keep going on like this. This place, it's some sort of reality gap, I think. If I don't concentrate on it, it's fine, but I feel this tingling all over my face. I'm not sure why.
2 months, 15 days, 4 hours.
Anna begins to accept the horrible truth. She may not see Robert ever again, and holding on to the foolish fantasy that she will is starting to kill her. She repeats it to herself like a mantra at work. Robert Scranton is dead. Robert Scranton is dead. Robert Scranton is dead. One day, a coworker notices her muttering and strikes up a conversation. It's been years since Robert disappeared. What's the harm in talking to someone again? She even finds herself smiling and laughing at his jokes, but when he asks if she'd like to go for coffee, she gets a flash of Robert screaming in the darkness, of that terrible, rotted face, grinning. She runs to the bathroom to throw up and weep. The tingling in my face has worsened. I wish I could sleep here, but all this damn gunfire overhead, can't take it anymore. Can't take it. Trench foot, shell shock. Hell would be a reprieve in a place like this. And all the men, all the poor souls who look up to me, call me Corporal. What a jerk. To think I have any more idea of what's going on here. Anna can hear it in his voice. He's getting worn down. As Anna feels her emotions start to dull and fade,
She begins accepting more dangerous assignments from her superiors, perhaps hoping just to feel something again. She works on the SCP-682 case, trying to devise more futile termination methods. She spends time with SCP-939, the abominations known as With Many Voices, until they start to imitate Robert's voice, and she knows that she can't do this anymore. She works with SCP-280, Eyes in the Dark, feeling no fear whatsoever as it floats towards her. The worst thing that could possibly happen to her has happened already. Now, she's just waiting, killing time. She has no idea of the further horrors to come. Lately, I've been hearing whispers in the dark. I think the rats are talking to me. Funny. My troops must think me mad. What does it matter? This is a mad place, a mad time. A mad man is perhaps best suited to a time like this.
So many went over the top yesterday, only to be cut down by machine gun fire. Isn't it odd that I laughed? It was so funny.
I think perhaps this mental malady is connected to a physical one. Nosebleeds and vomiting spells. A strange, black liquid. Faintly acidic to the touch. So delicious. So fun. My troops tell me I look unwell. Like anything about this is well. Maybe I'll sneak into one of their bedsits tonight and teach them to lighten up a bit. None of them smile anymore. Me, I'm always smiling. I'll teach those little cowards to smile too. But as she listens to more of the logs, she's forced to reckon with the fact it really isn't him anymore. Not as she'd ever known him. He'd become something else. All the others are dead. All my good, hard work, making them dead. I followed them down the length of the trench. Their silly little bullets didn't hurt me. Oh no. Oh no. The look on their faces. All the screaming as they saw me. How thrilling to savor their fear as I approached. All those screams. What are you, you horrible old man? I showed them what I am. I can walk through walls now, you know. Have all the fun I want. Yes. Nothing can hurt me anymore. And I can hurt everyone. And when the war is over, I'll go home. Go home to my sweetheart. I know she's waiting for me. I can't wait to see her, to touch her beautiful face. My lovely Anna. Hearing him like this, so broken, so utterly transformed, it's too much for her to bear. But the work always needs her, and she returns to it day after day. One night, she sits up late, making her way through a stack of paperwork, when she hears it. A curious sound. Drip, drip, drip. Something thick dripping steadily onto the floor behind her. The smell of rot fills her nostrils, making her gag. She turns and comes face to face with SCP-106, dripping its slimy black mucus onto the floor, bringing decay to everything it touches. It reaches out toward her, grasping at her arm. She breaks free, but not before its touch melts away the fibers of her lab coat, threatening to seep through the fabric to her skin. All the while, it's staring straight at her, like it knows her. Anna runs out of the lab as fast as she can, shouting for help. A guard tries to come to her assistance, firing his weapon at the old man, but the bullets don't leave a dent, don't even slow him down. The old man grabs the weapon from the guard's hands, letting the metal rust, warp, and melt in his grasp. Then he turns his corrosive touch on the guard's face. Anna screams in horror at the sight, but she can do nothing to help him. All that she can do is keep running and hope that the monster doesn't catch her. She runs as fast as her legs can carry her, but she isn't as young as she once was, and years of sitting at a desk have made her muscles stiff and weak. Her foot hits the ground at just the wrong angle, and she stumbles, falling to the ground. She scrambles back to her feet, but when she looks up, Something is horribly wrong. Her surroundings have changed. It looks like the Foundation site, but it's not quite the same. It's as if someone tried to recreate the facility from memory and couldn't retain all of the details. Then she hears it again. The drip, drip, drip. He's here. She spins around, and there it is. That awful face, so close to her own. She takes a trembling step back when suddenly, the monster speaks. It's him. She knows it, as surely as she knows that she is about to die. The monster that once was Robert Scranton reaches out and caresses Anna's cheek with his wrinkled hand. She screams as the skin begins to droop, and he seals her lips with a kiss that makes her insides drip like melting wax. The two become one once again. An SCP Foundation doctor wearing a hazmat suit is escorted by 2 guards through the secure facility. They stop in front of a large, sealed door, and one of the guards scans his security card. There's an audible hiss as the door slides open. The doctor nervously looks to the guard, who motions him inside. They certainly won't be joining him. The doctor steps into the small airlock, and the door snaps shut. A complicated locking mechanism seals the door behind him. He's truly locked in. The reverse process then begins on the locked door in front of him. It finishes, and the door opens, revealing a room with bright lights that briefly blind the doctor. As his eyes adjust, he can see that the entire room is white and bathed in an intense light. He steps out of the airlock and towards the center of the room, where his task awaits. He takes one slow step at a time, pausing for a moment after each before taking the next. The doctor wants to get this over with as quickly as possible, but he has to abide by the protocols, and this is how they dictate that one must walk in this containment chamber. As the doctor gets closer to the center, and his eyes further adjust to the bright light, he can finally see what this room contains. In the very middle of the room, directly under the lights, is a man. He's lying on a table and isn't moving at all, except for his slow, rhythmic breathing, which is assisted by the ventilator he's connected to. A feeding tube has been placed inside his nose, and numerous machines next to the man hum and beep as they measure his vital signs. The doctor continues to take one slow step after another, and eventually, after what feels like an eternity, he reaches the middle of the room. The lights above the man are angled to create large, dark shadows coming off of him, and now the doctor is finally close enough to make out what he was warned about in his briefings. Even though the man is completely still, the shadows are moving. Scurrying on the edges of the man's shadow are what look to be spiders, and big ones too, roughly 3 inches across. But the doctor can't see any actual spiders on the man. Only the shadows of these massive arachnids are visible as they move back and forth along the man's shadow. The doctor is growing increasingly nervous. He can feel the sweat dripping down the inside of his hazmat suit, though he tries to tell himself it's just a result of the bright lights beating down on him. The doctor reaches the machines measuring the man's vital signs and jots down their readings, marking down that the man's medically induced coma appears stable. He's continually distracted from his work, though, by the movement of the spiders. One suddenly jumps from one part of the man's shadow to another, startling the doctor and causing him to jump back. The spiders abruptly stop moving, and even though he can't see their eyes, he has the feeling that they are looking right at him. The doctor is frozen with fear, staring right back at the spiders. But after a moment, they go back to their previous behavior and start crawling along the edge of the comatose man's shadows once more. The doctor continues to go down his checklist and audibly gulps. He's reached the final item, the one labeled physical exam. Nervous sweat runs down his face into his eyes, and he wishes he wasn't wearing this hazmat suit so he could wipe it off. He knows he must get much closer to the man, and more importantly, his shadow, than he feels comfortable with. He has to physically take the man's pulse, though. They won't let him out of this room if he doesn't. He reaches out towards the man's hand, slowly and carefully. He can see the shadow of his hand getting dangerously close to the man's shadow, and the spiders. One of the spiders stops moving, as if it is watching and waiting for the doctor's shadow to get closer. It raises up on its hind legs, looking like it is ready to pounce. The doctor gets closer and closer to the man's hand, when out of nowhere, the room is rocked by an explosion. The doctor spins around, and on a monitor next to the airlock door, he can see a feed of the hallway outside,
The guards who had escorted him run down the hall as a red emergency light flashes. He turns back to the man on the table. The spider that was waiting for him lowers itself out of its attack mode and goes back to scurrying along the shadow. The room is shaken by an even bigger explosion, and it suddenly goes dark. The power must have gone out from whatever is happening outside. He can hear the sound of muffled gunfire mixed with far-off screams, but both are drowned out by his nervous, heavy breathing inside of the suit. The doctor drops to the ground and tries to crawl back to the door, but he has no idea which direction it is. He hits his head hard and hears a crack come down his mask. That must have been the table. The doctor turns and crawls the other direction, eventually finding the airlock door. He stands up and bangs and pulls on the door, but it won't move. He fumbles with his hazmat suit and finds the button for his emergency light. A chemical light comes on inside of his suit, casting his face in a sickly yellow light. But the light starts to flicker. Something must be malfunctioning. The light on one side of his protective mask goes out, leaving half of his face in darkness. But that's the least of his problems, because all of his attention is now focused on the shadow moving across his face. It's the shadow of a spider. His eyes go wide as the spider stops and stands up on its rear legs. Arachnophobia, the fear of spiders, and sciophobia, the fear of shadows, are some of the most common phobias, and today's SCP file is a terrifying and dangerous combination of both. I'm Dr. Bob, and this is SCP-538, also known as the Shadow Spiders. SCP-538 is what appears to be a kind of living shadow, not dissimilar to SCP-017, though these shadows always take the form of an unknown species of spider. These anomalous arachnids seek out the shadows cast by other living objects, attaching themselves to the edge of the living creature's shadow in such a way that their own shadows aren't obscured. Once attached to a shadow, the spiders will appear to feed off of them. This allows them to rapidly grow in size, with adults measuring a total area of roughly 15 square centimeters. Once they reach their full size, they will continue to feed, though this will only maintain their size. The feeding process seems to not impact the host in any way, and the spiders can remain on a shadow indefinitely. While the spiders have been observed feeding on the shadows of inanimate objects when no living creatures are available, these don't appear to provide the spiders with whatever nutrients they require, and they will slowly atrophy and decrease in size. It is only when they are connected to the shadow of a living organism that SCP-538 can thrive. SCP-538 are not locked to the shadow they are on, though. The spiders have shown the ability to move across areas to reach a new host, though they will decrease in size when not attached to a shadow, losing as much as 2 square centimeters of their size for every second that they aren't on a shadow. And should they be stranded in the open without a shadow to feed on, they will decrease in size until they disappear completely, at which point that individual instance of SCP-538 is considered to be terminated. The spiders normally avoid this fate thanks to their extremely fast movement, though, and fully grown instances have been measured moving up to 1 meter per second. While SCP-538 instances are usually quite benign, seeming content to simply live on the shadow of their host, they will attack if they are frightened, which is when the real danger presented by these anomalous arachnids comes to light. If the spiders are agitated, usually from the result of a rapid movement by its host, the spider will bite the organism's shadow before attempting to flee. Once bitten, the unlucky individual will progress through 5 distinct stages, all of which take place over the course of roughly 1 hour. During the first, the subject will report pain in the area of their body that corresponds to the part of their shadow that was bitten, but no puncture wounds or other marks will be visible in this location. Minor psychological effects have been reported in this stage, mostly consisting of an increase in irritability and the tendency for the bitten subject to lash out at those around them. The second stage occurs 10 to 15 minutes after being bitten. The subject will begin sweating, despite reporting that they feel cold, while their skin will become red and warm to the touch. 25 to 30 minutes after the bite, the third stage will begin. At this point, the psychological effects become very noticeable, with the subject becoming violent and attempting to attack any person nearby. Their speech will be slurred, and they may show signs of impairment to their motor skills. The fourth stage begins at the 40 to 45 minute mark, and at this point, the subject's skin color will go from being red to a pale white as their core temperature drops 5 to 8 degrees Celsius. Their psychological state will alter once again,
and they will go from being extremely aggressive to overly apologetic, blaming their previous behavior on the fact that they weren't feeling well and weren't acting like themselves. After offering their apologies, they will then request their leave from the area and attempt to retreat to a darkened area. The fifth and final stage happens 55 to 60 minutes after the bite, at which point the subject faces a grisly end to the entire ordeal. Their entire body will rapidly dissolve into a translucent liquid, while at the exact same time, their shadow will disintegrate into numerous smaller instances of SCP-538. The spider offspring measure just 4 centimeters across, and the new instances will immediately begin seeking out shadows of their own that they can attach to and feed off of. There is currently no known cure for being bitten by an SCP-538 instance, and even death will not halt the process. Instead, should the subject expire while in the earlier stages of the condition, death will cause the final step to occur immediately. In a bit of good news, only bites to the area of an individual's shadow that correspond to a spot of bare skin seem to cause these effects. Even thin materials like cotton clothing appear to be enough to prevent the process from starting. The SCP Foundation has multiple instances of SCP-538 in containment, and they are kept in a white 15 by 15 by 3 meter room that is accessible only via an airlock. 4 200-watt lights are focused on a table in the center of the room, where D-Class personnel in a medically induced coma is kept in a stable state in order to serve as a feeding source for the SCP-538 specimens. No other sources of shade are allowed into the room, so that the D-Class serves as the only source of shadows. Any personnel that enter the room, whether to repair a light source or to check on the condition of the D-Class, are to wear sealed hazardous material suits equipped with oxygen tanks, and are advised that they must move slowly and deliberately in order to avoid agitating any instances of SCP-538. Initially, doctors sent to examine the D-Class personnel were allowed to enter the room alone. However, following the events of Incident I-538-1, that protocol has been changed. During the incident, an attack by the Chaos Insurgency caused disruptions to both the main and backup power sources to the part of the site where the SCP-538 containment cell is located, just as a Foundation doctor was in the middle of an examination of the comatose D-Class. Power outage led to all lights in the containment cell shutting off, while at the same time sealing the airlock that provides the only means in or out of the room and trapping the doctor inside. The power was not able to be restored to the containment cell for another 18 hours, at which point the doctor was finally removed from the cell. The doctor sobbed uncontrollably as he kept repeating that he could feel them crawling all over him. The doctor was required to attend mandatory psychological therapy for his newly developed arachnophobia, and was later reassigned. Following this incident, the examination protocol was updated, and health checkups of the D-Class personnel are now performed by a doctor who is accompanied in the cell by 2 security personnel, each of whom are equipped with 2 250-watt flashlights that can be used in the event of another disruption to the lights. If at any time a staff member is bitten by one of the spiders, they are to be immediately placed within SCP-538's containment cell as soon as possible, as the failure to properly contain them could easily lead to a massive containment breach by SCP-538 entities. Bitten individuals will often attempt to hide the fact that they are bitten, so anyone who comes into contact with the shadow spiders must be carefully monitored for signs of any of the symptoms that follow a bite. The ease with which they could quickly spread and the huge threat they pose to humanity has led to SCP-538 being classified as Euclid, and while the Foundation hopes that they have been successfully contained, we all must remain ever vigilant of movement on the edge of shadows. Should you spot something, don't take any chances. Your future, non-liquefied body will thank you for it.
Just a little further, your friend says. They're leading your group, and as you all emerge from the woods, your flashlight illuminates a tall chain-link fence with barbed wire strung across the top. How are you supposed to get over that? Another of your friends asks, and the group's leader has just the answer. They point their flashlight several yards down, where you see a large pine tree that has fallen over onto the fence, creating a bridge that you should be able to shimmy along to get over the barrier. You and your group of friends take turns climbing over the toppled tree before dropping down on the other side of the tall fence. After dusting yourselves off, your group walks further into the clearing until you come to an old set of railroad tracks that are rusty and look like they haven't been used in some time. Well, one of your more incredulous friends asks, what's supposed to happen? The group's leader explains that if we're lucky, we'll see it. See what? The ghost light.
They go on to explain that on certain nights, a mysterious light will appear in this very clearing, wandering the area around the railroad tracks. What is it, you ask? Your friend tells you that many years ago, maybe 100 or more, this was once a bustling and busy stretch of railroad. One night, a Union Pacific worker came out to check a portion of the tracks that were supposedly damaged. The worker went out into the night with his dim lantern, and he walked along the tracks until he stopped in this very clearing. He spotted what looked to be damage to one of the rails and bent down to examine it. No one knows why he didn't hear the train barreling towards him or hear its whistle cry out in the night, but the man would never hear anything again, as BAM! The train took his head clean off. Now, with only his lantern to guide him in the night, the headless railway worker wanders this clearing, still searching for his missing head. That's a stupid story, one of your friends says. How could someone not notice an entire train? I don't know, but it's true. No, it isn't. As the two go back and forth, you suddenly notice something in the distance. Hey, look over there. Everyone follows the direction you're pointing and sees it, a dim ball of light hanging in the air. See? Your friend says. I told you it was true. He steps towards the ball of light, and as he does, it actually moves, drifting back at the same rate he comes forward, as if to maintain the exact same distance. When your friend takes a step back, the light moves just the same. Look, over there, you say. Another one. What's going on? Were these the ghosts of multiple headless rail workers, all searching for their missing craniums? This light is brighter than the other, though, and rather than maintaining a set distance from your group, it's slowly moving towards you. What do we do? One asks. I don't know, the leader says. I've never dealt with a ghost before. The light continues to move towards your group, and no one knows what to do. Frozen in fear, you watch as the light passes straight through you, and your friends start to scream as it is absorbed into your chest. Their cries become muffled, though, sounding to you as if they're underwater. Your hearing isn't the only thing that feels that way. Your whole body suddenly feels as though you're submerged in liquid. You can't breathe, and you thrash at the air, trying to swim, but nothing is there. You scream and choke and fall to the ground as the ball of light passes through you like you weren't even there, leaving you in the dirt, gasping for breath. Your friends rush over to help you up, asking what happened, but there's no time to explain because two even bigger, brighter lights have appeared. You're terrified of what they might do to you, but before you can even think about running, a voice calls out from the darkness. Stop right there! The two big balls of light are headlights attached to the front of a black SUV, and a pair of angry-looking armed guards have just gotten out of it. The last thing you hear is one of the men say, I can't believe we have to deal with this, before you feel the sting of a dart hitting your thigh, and your vision goes black. You open your eyes to find that you're sitting in your own car with your group of friends. They too appear to have been asleep and are just waking. You're parked on the side of the road next to a thick forest of pine trees, and the sun is just starting to rise. What were we supposed to do again? One of your friends asks from the back seat. I don't remember, you say, but the sun's coming up. Let's get out of here. And you drive your group of friends back home with no memory of the previous night's events. This group of teens was quite lucky. What they thought was little more than an urban legend known as the Gurdon Lights was actually a mysterious and dangerous anomaly which the SCP Foundation knows much better as SCP-2640. SCP-2640 is a temporal anomaly that is found within a 5,000 square meter area near the town of Gurdon, Arkansas. The area is densely covered with pine trees, with the only man-made object found within it being a set of railroad tracks that bisect the area. Of most interest within SCP-2640, though, are the strange entities that manifest inside. Designated as SCP-2640-1, these entities are floating orbs of light that are capable of appearing alone or in groups, though no more than 12 at once have ever been observed manifesting at the same time. Their light will vary in intensity, from 75 to 450 lux, which is roughly equivalent to the range of light produced by standard light bulbs, and the color is always a bluish-white. The lights will normally be seen to travel slowly within SCP-2640, though they have been observed moving quite quickly on occasion, with the quickest ones having been measured traveling at speeds of up to 60 kilometers per hour. There is also a connection between the luminosity of the entities and their behavior. Those measured at less than 150 lux will not interact with humans, instead maintaining a distance of at least 20 meters from the nearest observer at all times. Attempts to move closer will lead to the entity moving away at the same rate, ensuring that it maintains the same 20 meters of distance at all times. On the opposite end of the scale, those that are closer to 450 lux are very active and will approach and even interact with humans. In some instances, the brighter SCP-2640-1 entities will actually pass through solid objects, including people, which leads to a very strange sensation for the person involved. When this has occurred, the subject has described a sensation of being suspended in liquid or floating in a swimming pool, despite there being no outward physical changes to them. This feeling of being in water will start the moment a 2640-1 entity makes contact with their body, and will cease once it is no longer touching them. The SCP-2640-1 entities appear bound to the SCP-2640 area, and any that approach the boundaries will slowly dim until they disappear completely. In order to better understand the nature of SCP-2640, and specifically the 2640-1 entities found within, an expedition into the area using D-Class personnel was authorized. The 3 Class Ds were equipped with special equipment capable of measuring the relative reality distortion in a given area, and told to follow along the railroad tracks that run within SCP-2640, with orders to report anything they experienced that was out of the ordinary. As they progressed deeper into SCP-2640, their equipment detected significant reality-distorting effects, and just as they did, the SCP-2640-1 entities began appearing. Despite being quite scared of what they perceived as ghosts, the Class D personnel were under strict orders not to run. The 2640-1 that was on the brighter end of the scale approached one of the D classes and passed through his body, leading him to experiencing the sensation of being underwater, and, since he was unable to swim, made him believe that he might drown. The entity passed harmlessly through him, and he was left with no lasting injuries, at least not any physical ones. After this test, and given the extremely high reality-distorting effects that were detected in the area, it was theorized by researcher Dr. Connors that SCP-2640 might be one of the strongest temporal anomalies on the planet. His report goes on to hypothesize that SCP-2640-1 are actually life forms from another time period that we can see visually, due to this anomaly, yet cannot interact with, lest we cause irreparable damage to the time-space continuum. Dr. Connors also noted that the area of SCP-2640 appeared to be slowly growing, and in order to prevent further spread, the installation of several Zyank Anastasicos constant temporal sinks, or exacts, was authorized. And it was a good thing that the exacts were installed, because there was soon an incident that would prove how necessary they are. In a debriefing after said event with Tony Hargrove, a Level 3 tech support staff, the SCP Foundation learned a horrifying reality about the true nature of SCP-2640. Mr. Hargrove explained that he was sent into SCP-2640 in order to assess the damage to the Foundation assets after a major tornado had passed through the area. He explained that while power was still running to the site, one of the exacts had been damaged and needed to be replaced, so a maintenance team was sent to install a spare that was kept on site. As the maintenance team approached the area where the exacts was no longer functioning, they reported that there were numerous 2640-1 instances out, more than they had ever seen before, and a higher concentration of the brighter instances than usual. Soon after they reported this, Hargrove lost contact with the maintenance team and decided to go investigate himself. As he entered the SCP-2640 area, he saw something that he had never seen before. There weren't just a few more instances of 2640-1s than normal, but hundreds, maybe even thousands, floating all around him. There were so many that they lit up the sky to the point where he didn't even need a flashlight. Hargrove followed the same railroad tracks that the maintenance team had, and after walking several hundred meters, he spotted something in the mud next to the tracks. It was the replacement temporal sink that they were supposed to be installing, and there was blood on it. He realized that there wasn't just blood on the machine, but it was everywhere, covering the ground all around him. Then he saw something else, an SCP-2640-1 instance near him, but different somehow. "I can't remember how I first saw it," he said. "Right behind the orbs, there was this spot where the rain just wasn't. Like it was bending around some invisible mass, some great thing behind each orb. And once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it." Hargrove tried to step back away from the creature and fell into a ditch next to the tracks, clutching the exacts in his arms as the creature seemed to swim towards him. As he lay as still as he could in the ditch, he got the sense that this 2640-1 instance wasn't just randomly moving towards him. It was looking for him. As the void where the rain ceased to be swam over him through the air, he attempted to lie as still as he could, still holding tightly to the exacts. The SCP-2640-1 instance turned and circled over him, like a shark searching for its prey in a cloud of blood, before gliding away into the trees. At that moment, Hargrove knew that the SCP-2640-1 entities weren't what the Foundation thought they were. These weren't just beautiful balls of light that danced and played in the darkness. They were something else, something horrible, something dangerous. He knew that his maintenance team would never be found, and that the ditch he was lying in that was slowly filling with rainwater was mixed with their blood. The SCP-2640-1s were hunting them, and they never had any idea. Hargrove knew what he had to do. He crawled through the ditch, stopping any time a 2640-1 got near to him, holding his breath until long after it passed. It took hours of inching along on his belly in the water and mud until he finally reached the point where the damage exacts was located. He managed to get the new temporal sync online, and as it powered on, he watched as the 2640-1 lights around him slowly started to fade and then disappear once again. The deaths of the 4 Foundation personnel who were on the maintenance team, as well as 6 other civilians who were killed, were attributed to the tornado, and Mr. Hargrove requested that he be administered a Class B amnestic and reassigned to a new location, both of which are pending approval. The rail line that runs into SCP-2640 has been decommissioned, and a 3-meter-tall electrified fence has been erected around the entirety of the area in order to prevent civilians from approaching. No fewer than 8 Zyank and Estikos constant temporal sinks are placed in the surrounding area in order to prevent the further spread of SCP-2640, and a subterranean miniaturized pressurized water reactor has been installed on-site in order to provide constant, uninterrupted power. The Disinformation Bureau has an ongoing dissemination campaign to further the notion that the SCP-2640-1 lights are nothing more than an urban legend, and should any civilians manage to witness them, they are administered Class B amnestics in order to keep this Euclid-class anomaly a secret. Just what is the true nature of SCP-2640, and perhaps more importantly, SCP-2640-1? Is the breach of our reality a look into the past when this area was covered by an ancient ocean? Or a glimpse into the future, when the seas have swallowed it once again? No matter which is the answer, the reality is that there is something there now, something that has managed to pierce the veil of time and make us its prey.
A young man tosses and turns in bed. He adjusts his pillow and tries sleeping on his back, his side, his stomach, but nothing works. He rolls over to check the time. 3 a.m. This is the 3rd night in a row he hasn't been able to fall asleep. He feels tired. He wants to sleep. But every time he closes his eyes and sleep starts to creep in, something happens. And suddenly, he's wide awake again. It's as if someone keeps flipping a switch in his brain to awake, and there's nothing he can do to stop it. It's affecting everything in his life. He can't concentrate in class. His work performance goes down the drain. Even his hobbies become completely unenjoyable. All he wants to do is sleep. His friends and family can tell something is wrong. It's as if he has become a different person, and they urge him to go see a doctor. But the doctors tell him there's nothing they can do for him. He's perfectly healthy otherwise. He should try some natural remedies like valerian root and get more exercise. He has no idea how many days he's been awake now. 4, 5, maybe more. At this point, the lack of sleep isn't even the worst part. It's the hallucinations. Sometimes they're just a shadow dancing outside of his vision, but others are incredibly vivid, feeling more real than his now dreary life does. He had to stop going to work and class entirely since he can't concentrate for more than a couple of seconds at a time. His friends don't want anything to do with him, and who can blame them? He has uncontrollable mood swings and lashes out for no reason. He's tried every sleep remedy there is. He took the doctor's advice and exercised as hard as he ever has. But with never being able to sleep, he has no energy left. He's becoming a living zombie. He gets up out of bed but loses his balance and collapses to the floor. He tries to get up, but he can't. He'll just lie there for a while. He starts to drift away, and he readies himself for the jolt that always wakes him back up. But this time, it doesn't come. The wave of sleep that starts to wash over him feels different this time, though. It's heavier, more peaceful, and more permanent. Hi, I'm Dr. Bob, and this is SCP-966, also known as Sleep Killer. SCP-966
is the designation that the SCP Foundation has given to a creature that belongs to a group of anomalous predatory beasts, standing 1.4 to 1.6 meters tall and weighing roughly 30 kilograms. These hairless humanoids have an elongated face, a mouth full of pointed needle-like teeth, and each of their hands has 5 razor-sharp claws that can be up to 20 centimeters in length. Though unlike humans and apes, they are digitigrade, meaning that they walk using only their toes. But you won't be able to see the horrible visage of SCP-966 under normal circumstances, as they are only visible under very specific lighting conditions. They can only be viewed under light that has a wavelength between roughly 700 and 900 nanometers, which is just at the edge of the light spectrum that's visible to humans, stretching into what's known as infrared light. The only exception to this is if their skin, muscles, or organs have suffered from 2nd or 3rd degree burns, in which case, the affected areas of their body will show up under a greater spectrum of wavelengths that are visible to the human eye. Though frightening to look at, SCP-966 are actually quite weak physically, with very low muscular density. Their bones are hollow, similar to birds, and while their claws may be incredibly sharp, they are also easily broken, making them unsuited for use in combat. Additionally, they do not rest through sleep, but will, at seemingly random times, stop all movement and fall into a rest period that lasts roughly 3 to 5 minutes, after which they are able to resume their normal behavior. With all of these physical shortcomings, how did SCP-966 gain a reputation as such a fearsome hunter? The secret lies in their ability to emit bursts of a previously unknown type of wave. Hunting either alone or in pairs, SCP-966 uses this wave to inhibit its prey's ability to enter any of the restful sleep stages, and also stops the ability to microsleep. These waves have been observed to be effective at up to 20 meters, though tests have shown that they can be blocked by post-transition metals, of which lead appears to be especially effective. SCP-966 hunts and feeds on medium to large-sized animals, which includes humans, and once their quarry has been targeted by the sleep-inhibiting waves, the effect is permanent, with no method having yet been discovered that will allow them to regain the ability to sleep. Experiments have shown that unconsciousness can be induced in other ways, such as with the use of general anesthesia, though these methods have ultimately proven to be ineffective, since although the victim is unconscious, they are still not receiving any of the restful benefits of sleep while in that state. The effects of sleep deprivation on humans, both mentally and physically, are devastating. Symptoms can begin setting in after just 24 hours that can include mood swings, memory issues, and sensory impairment. After 2 to 3 days, the body's hormones become deregulated, and bodily functions like hunger, thirst, and temperature fluctuate wildly as cognitive abilities start to dramatically decline. Hallucinations, paranoia, and fits of rage are common, and the risk of death from sleep deprivation increases with each day that passes without sleep. And this is exactly what SCP-966 wants. After surreptitiously sending a burst of sleep deprivation waves at their victim, they will then stalk their prey until lack of sleep finally leads to total incapacitation, at which point SCP-966 consumes them. SCP-966 have proven to be both extremely quiet and agile when hunting. However, they have actually been observed intentionally making threatening noises around their prey, presumably to further increase their already elevated stress levels, and potentially hastening their mental degradation. On rare occasions, they will even physically assault their victim to further degenerate their mental and physical health. Some of SCP-966's prey will experience especially intense hallucinations and bouts of rage, which is theorized to be caused by prolonged exposure to multiple instances of their sleep-stopping waves. Why some victims are exposed to multiple waves when a single instance has been shown to be 100% effective is unknown, and it's hypothesized that they may only engage in this behavior when especially hungry, to try and speed up the process, though others have put forth the theory that SCP-966 may take some perverse form of joy in seeing its victims suffer prior to expiring. Wild instances of SCP-966 have been found across the globe, and while the SCP Foundation has been successful in thinning their numbers, they still exist in high enough numbers to pose a serious threat to humanity. For these reasons, they have been assigned the classification Euclid. Mobile Task Forces IOTA-1 and IOTA-2 codenamed the Dream Hunters and Air Chasers respectively, are continually monitoring for any reports of sudden or violent deaths related to sleep deprivation in order to identify and neutralize the remaining instances of wild SCP-966. 4 SCP-966 specimens, 3 males and 1 female, have been acquired by the Foundation, and they are currently contained in a 10 by 10 meter room that is lined with lead and equipped with infrared security cameras. Each specimen is fed 20 kilograms of meat each month, and in the event that the female specimen gives birth, the new specimen is to be taken for observation and study before being disposed of prior to reaching maturity. Now go and watch another entry from the files of DrBob, and be sure to subscribe as we delve further and further into the SCP Foundation's classified archives.